Well, hello everyone. Himed here. Today we'll be playing our second game on the second game I choose on the VNCup entries, and that is Hello Girl. Sadly that I tried is like I'm not sure because like there's no gem for like the VNCup. There it was only available into like specific sites. I think Twitter is one. It's still in like they're still like HI links, of course, but yeah. There's like only like 3 select, and probably the last one will be something special a bit. And this is a visual novel submitted for the VNCup 2023, where it is about like there is, I think, as far as the description goes, about connection and disconnection. Something like, I guess, wanting to connect and reconnect, but sometimes it's still like felt still confusing things, I guess, something like that. If I want to like summary the remainder of the description, I guess, but yeah. Anyway, without further ado, let's just start the game. Already at least config a little bit, and hopefully that will be just enough. And also, yeah, this will be a 2-hour game, so I might have a little break anyway. Okay, it starts already. Day 2. So do we have a save? Yeah, we do have. Okay, it also stops static. This dream. I've only ever known this dream. Oh my god. The amount of static. As far as I know, YouTube will not, does not like the static and things. So. The static may not be will like hang on a little bit. So my nose is very weird right now. This dream. I've only ever known this dream. The only thing I can think about is this dream. It doesn't seem correct to call it a dream. If this dream is aching, torturous, agonizing, there might be another word for it. Do dreams mangle you? That's a nightmare. Do dreams rip away at your skin? That's a nightmare. Do dreams put you in the hospital? That's a nightmare. This is no dream. This is a curse. I've lost touch with many things over the decades. The image I see in the mirror, for one. Every time I pass one, I ask, well, there's like some silhouette there. Every time I pass one, I ask, what am I seeing? It is not human. And I definitely don't see something that anyone could ever truly love. Maybe I shouldn't have ever been given eyes. Because when I see a reflection, I read that really fast. A role model, a star, a personality, a celebrity, and above all else, an idol. On the radio, on the television, the talk of the nation, me. It should have been me. It should have been me. I'm sorry. Just reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh right now. There was no error. There were no errors. Every audition, every rehearsal, every scene, every interview. I just hope this hasn't hurt your ears. Sadly, this will still be included. Every interview. I only do it if there will be a second, second something like in Game No.2, of course. I will save your ears. But this is not. This is only like one time, of course. Every interview, every composition, every note, every performance, every song, every album. Complete, perfect, correct, flawless. And yet, I'm here. Bathtub full of vomit and blood. Drowning in my own special brand of hell. This isn't what an idol does. We're not sure if it had been receivable. You just don't have the right look. Maybe further down the line. They were all right. I'll only ever be this dot, and not even one on any radar. A speck of dust in the corner, a novice. Nobody. Shambling around the dark. Maybe I truly lost it. Maybe I only imagined them. The suits that showed up to my door last time. I was going to say a word that does not exist in the sentence. To my door last night. The ones who told me they're very interested in having my help. That my dream is one we both share. We can help you unlock your potential. We can help you. We can unlock what has been inside of you. What has been hidden this whole time. You can become something different. Something much, much greater. Psh. If it ends up with me in concrete shoes, good. Anything but this. But if the business card they gave me saying they're with the feds is real, then maybe, just maybe, day 23. It was all I ever wanted. Somehow, they just knew. They knew exactly how I should be living my life. Every goal, every dream, down to the finest detail. My guardian angels, truly. It's taking some sacrifices, of course. Nothing's free. Long and painful, invasive and humiliating, sometimes even cruel and meaningless. Every day is a new procedure. I'm brought in with instruments, injected with things, and made to be a little plaything for them. I'm always hungry, but forbidden from eating. Always always thirsty, but forbidden from drinking. Always tired, but forbidden from sleeping. And forbidden from talking to anyone but the caretakers. It's not allowed. It's all for the best, they say. This wouldn't be possible otherwise. The suffering, the pain, the humiliation, the dignity. I will put it aside. To me, all of it, the smallest price to pay. It was all necessary to get me here. I don't care that I'm being used. for deadbeats like me. It's the only way. How did I ever think I could make it on my own? But I've made up my mind. This is where I belong. In this place, I'll become something bigger than myself. Even I can shine bright. When the curtain finally opens before me and the crowd erupts with their pure, uncontainable love. When they see me at that stage, their screams, all as one. A heavenly chorus. A love beam aimed directly toward my heart. That's when I'll know. I'll know that it will all have been worth it. Last night, he told me that the time has finally come. Just a little more. Just a little more. The wait is almost over. Not that I needed a scientist to tell me that. I was born to be here after all. Tomorrow they're going to sculpt me into the finest idol that has ever walked this earth. Tomorrow I will finally become a star. Day 24. Thankfully it's all over. It's still an interesting effect, but YouTube doesn't like those, sadly. Hello, girl. Directed by Hideo Kojima, just kidding. There you go. That's the starting screen. $99. Triple dots. 99 to 32. Connected. 401. 101 to 406. Connected. 2201. 2201 to 2053. Connected. 19 to 600. 601. 600. Where was that again? I glance over my cabinet, exchanging views with the trunk map. There will still be poses. That's on another shore. A long distance. Distant lovers, perhaps. It's uncommon. Most of the 600 lines aren't in use these days. I can only imagine there's some poor girl out there making local connections. Must be lonely out there. But of course, someone has to do it. So far, I understand. Of course, it's important work. I'm daydreaming again. Is this what it feels like? Coming back to real life. I look for the patch above my head. The one with the label 6XX. I scoot out of the rolling chair, making my way to the console for 600s with swift steps. Time is always of the essence. I reach for the loose cable hanging from the patch, plugging it into 601. The light stops flashing, now glowing solidly. So I think we're some kind of like connected. I roll back one of the chairs the chairs, the full picture coming to view. Okay, still don't have idea what their job are doing right now. View. Hang on a little bit. Okay. I think I just have to run the other arrow right now. It's just annoying. This nose is annoying me a bit, sadly. I'm sorry. Watching over the array of switchboards. Numerous lights on the 8 cabinets. All solids. Waiting for another flashing light. But nothing else comes up. Triple dots. Fingers tapping impatiently on my tie. They modulate in a pattern, eager for something to do. What else? What else? The air leaks into my chest, and I taste it. My shoulders slink down in a light exhale. I feel the weight of my body in the chair. I become aware of the state of my aching legs, and I relieve the discomfort of the chair. It slides away a little out of control, but of course I catch it skillfully with my foot. I lean forward toward my toes in a stretch. I circle around the room, that stiffness leaving entirely. It's a great day to serve. Affirmations, affirmations. I'm the voice with the smile. That's right. After finishing my boast, I feel listless again. There's still nothing on the monitor. But I won't let emptiness win. I walk over coyly, like hiding something behind my back. I reach for the plug on my headset, rubbing the connector. So I think something like, well, not really call center. That's very. I will think about that. Connector. The logo, Alkaline Corporation, rolls between my fingers in the vibration. So I think something like communication, I guess. I reach out like I have so many times before. The contact meets the label for Monet. The crackle in my headphones lets me know that it's been done. I lift the headset over my ears. Beer tree connected. It looks like she doesn't want to go out anymore. Well, that's unfortunate. The poor girl. How has she been doing in school? Her teachers are worried about her. I got a call the other day from the school. Oh no. She's not participating in class, hasn't been doing her homework. And these days, I've been so busy I didn't even notice. I get the feeling she's afraid of telling me how she's doing. And she still asks where Mom is, if she's okay, when she's coming back. Triple dots. It breaks my heart. I just don't know what I can do for her. Don't know where we can start. Must be tough on her. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have a little bit of different voice right now, so sorry. I think I still can't really give it. Must be tough on her, but hey, I'll know she'll pull through. She's always been a fighter. It's always hard trying to find a way to cheer up the little ones. You know, the other day, Bobby fell off his bike and really scraped the heck out of his knee. He cried and cried and cried. He didn't want to go outside anymore. I told him, how about we go and catch a pencil beaks game. What do y'all think? What do you think? Ah, lovely of you. It sure put a smile on his face. And you know how much he loves a good ball game. Always getting so into it. Cheering and shouting and jumping up and down. Wonderful day. Almost like he forgot about his knee. He did seem a bit disappointed, and he didn't seem to have his favorite pitcher, and half the team was missing. Probably because of what's going on. Oh, right. I'm not sure Jamie is into baseball, but maybe she'll like it. Should give it a try. Well, anyways, you ever want us to come over, you just let us know. I'm sure Bobby and Jamie would love to play like they always do. Thanks, Mason. Take care, okay? We always do. Bye-bye now. See ya. We're too disconnected. So are we like just listening into conversations of things? Everyone disconnected. I'm not supposed to plug in. Not unless there is some sort of problem. And after dipping my toes in a little, there seems to be little consequence. I guess it's not really my place, you know. It's not really my place, you know. I connect. That's my job. You can't blame me for being curious, okay? 2 months have already passed since I took on this job. It was hard at first, remembering all the steps, the protocols and procedures. It's actually surprisingly simple. Each call is inbound from the trunk, and it's my job to route each one to its destination. Or to route each one. All I have to do is lift the incoming line from the shelf and plug it into the socket with the light. Of course, I'm just one of many operators. There's a lot of us. I'm Ana. Ana Lapine. Okay. Another one that I may not pronounce it right. Ana Lapine? I'm the voice with the smile. Since the customer can see us, we have to put the smile on our voices. Always ready, always happy to help. That's the service you'll come to expect at Alkaline Corporation. That's how it was for a long time. But now, I'm not so sure. A lot of the calls are auto routes these days. It was a respectable profession back then. Routes had to be done by hand. Every operator would pick up and ask, "Number please." We didn't just connect calls. We would do all kinds of things relating to customer service. I was right, something like call center things. Scheduling appointments, connecting group calls, and even leaving messages. Of course, customer service is still like the also term. And even leaving messages. Sometimes the odd requests came into track down a person based in a very vague description. You'd have to call around to different places to find someone's current location. This job used to be complicated, or so my sister told me. Of course, that's all different now. Most people prefer to dial the numbers for themselves. Must have been nice back then. Getting to speak to people from all over the country. And maybe even all over the world. But times has changed. People thought the world feels a lot smaller now. Yeah. I guess so. Based from the talk. Hello Girl. Made by Hideo Kojima. Then just kidding. We'll stop joking about Hideo Kojima now, okay? Sorry, but not good. At 6 p.m., the calls inexplicably to stop, which marks the end of my day. As the day slides right, I make my way around each cabin to make sure that everything is in its right place. After work, I normally get out of my uniform, hang it up, and slip into something more comfortable. But today I have an errand to run. Every few days, I go out to get the mail. It doesn't deliver out here, so I have to go to the post office in town. I don't know how long it's been this way, but there's a mailbox buried somewhere out there in the grasses. At any rate, it only makes sense that we are putting more of our resources into great effort instead of useless things, like the convenience of mail delivery. A waste of time moving on to the next task. The days are getting shorter after all. The forecast said it would get colder, and I can only agree. The wind chill has already picked up a bit. The air numbs my cheeks and my hands. The grasses sway gently in the wind. The birds have already left for the year. I've started to miss their call. It's always been quiet out here. It's the one thing I can trust to never change. On days like this, when the cold hits you like a wall, I remember that I too am just a vulnerable animal. A creature braves the world outside its warm burrow. I always parked the bike on the side of the house. My sister was more careful about these things, insisting that it's too precious to leave outside. I respected her wishes for a little while, but I am what she isn't. Practical. I dig into my pockets for the key, only to realize it was already sitting in the lock. I turn the key back and forth, making sure there's still a charge. My foot on the lever and my hand on the throttle. I find the right resistance and give it a good kick. The engine rips through the silence as it cold starts. I greet it warmly with some revs, leaving it to idle while I get my helmet on. I love this sound. It's different from home lines, but meditative in the same way. I get on the seat and grab the handlebars. It hums gently in my arms, responding to my commands. It really is a nice piece of junk. I give the throttle, and we roll gently over the dirt path. I don't look back. The wind feels good on my skin. The planes whip past as my motorcycle carries me. The only thing slowing me down are the potholes and grasses encroaching on the path. I feel the stress of the day slide off like butter. There's a lot of things that I don't like about the fall, but the first cool air after a long summer is novel in a way I can appreciate. The scenery has slowly been giving way to darker hues. It's summer's final dying breath. A signal that the best part of the year is coming to a close. The feeling of morning doesn't catch up with me as I speed away. I made the decision to enjoy it instead. It's about a 20-minute ride to get to town. I push a bit extra on the throttle in an attempt to escape the cold. Things are far apart out here. It almost feels by design. Here the world moves slow. It's the kind of place where you know everyone and anyone new from the city will be faced with scrutiny. I would know. I was one of them. My sister probably carried most of that burden for me, as I have become quite well liked by the locals. I can't say I completely dislike it, but I don't let it show too much. It's important to keep your distance. Just at that moment, I swerved to miss a deep pothole. One of those scary ones that would definitely send you flying if you were on a motorcycle. I stopped my bike and looked behind me. That could have been bad. The speed has been creeping up as I got deeper in my headspace. I take a deep breath. I remember that I am not in a rush to get anywhere. I decide to take it easy for the rest of the ride. I make sure to ride out and check the mailbox every couple of days. I don't want to miss anything important. Not that I really get all that much mail. I guess it's just an excuse to ride out the town. I say town, but maybe it's more like a village. A place with a handful of stores ran by clerks who dream of elsewhere, and old tired people who are waiting for time to bite them. In any case, it's nice to get out of the house. I pull up to the inordinately large post office. It stood nearly empty for a long time, but it's had a recent surge of activity due to the establishment of the new base. There are no customers inside today, only the creak of the fan moving around its socket. I waste no time ordering, immediately heading to the counter. But there seems to be nobody around. I lean over the counter, looking into the staff area, but I see nobody in there. Sorry about that. I use my ears too, but there's no sound of movement. Only the creaky fan in the ceiling. The little service bell waits for me to ring it. I tap my foot impatiently. Surely I wouldn't have to resort to it. I take a few paces around the room to kill time. There's several sacks of mail spilling out of its own behind the counter. Looks like they haven't gotten around to sorting the mail yet. I look at some postcards being displayed, displaying the beautiful sights of our country. The cliff reminds me of home. What little I can remember of it, at least. I look at the clock on the wall. It's 7:30. You'd think that they'd be closing up their shift by now. I turn my head to look toward the counter with a shifty expression. Triple dots. Deciding I've done enough window shopping, I take firm steps up to it. I look at the bell. After some final internal deliberation, I finally decide to give it a press. Dot 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 question mark. A thud emanates from the countertop. There's a sound of shuffling from down under. A nicely dressed green-haired emerges from under the desk. She starts mumbling. Ah. Dozed off again. That's no good. The girl turns away from me and rubs her eyes. She seems to have not noticed my presence. Ah. Where was I? Sorry about that. I really can't do anything about it. I think I might need to, like, sadly, going to ship my voice soon. I'm sorry in advance about it because like, my throat is not really well immediately. I'm not sure if I will do another one after this. Maybe I will still do, like, you know, really with voice. She yawns loudly, stretching her arms out. She finishes her stretch and turns toward the counter. What? Triple dots. You rang, right? Yes, I did. What's up? Her eyes are reddish, with a strange yet friendly look on her face. Maillard, was it? Maillard, you said it right. I open up my bag and pull out an envelope, placing it neatly on the counter, pushing it toward her with my index finger. Here. She looks at the letter for a second and then back to me. Oh, thanks. She tosses the letter into an overflowing mailbag behind her, causing a mild avalanche of envelopes. Multi-dots. The mail clerk lazily goes after them. She gets on the floor, placing each envelope back in the sack with more caution this time. I suddenly feel guilty. Maillard returns to the counter, staring off again. Oh, and my mail. Maillard snaps back to attention. Gotcha. 1 second. She turns around and starts to scan up and down the bins on the wall behind her. The address was something like Eagle, Hawk, Pigeon Way. Right. Maillard runs her fingers along the labeled bins, mumbling to herself. She bumps into a large cart overflowing with letters and packages, causing some to fall out. Those military guys. The clerk slowly scoots the cart away from the rest of the bins and continues looking up and down them. Pigeon Way. I swear it was right. Aha! She pulls out a couple of letters, flicks through them, and sets them on the counter in front of me. There you go. Thanks. Maynard nods and gets on the floor to put the letters back into the cart. I flip through the letters. A little bit. Milton's department catalog. Just gonna place a little bit of like mental of my throat. Milton's department catalog. Junk flyer. The daily gamut or the daily gamut. Yesterday's issue. Huh. That's strange. Miss. The clerk looks up from the overflowing cart. Was this everything in there? Maynard glances at the bin. Everything. Can you check again? She looks away, mumbling something under her breath. Maynard then takes a look inside the bin, making a point to really stick her face into it. She takes out a few letters and flips through them again. None of the rest in here are for you, miss. That can't be right. Are you sure? Nothing for Lapine? Sorry. That's all of it. She says in such a defeated tone. Thanks again, miss. I turn around and start toward the door. Hey, wait a second. Maynard Didi slips, making her way around the counter. She comes up to me with an envelope in her hand. This one was on the ground. Exclamation points. Without ever looking at the envelope, I tear the flap open and shake the letter out from inside. I unfold it and read the top. Triple dots. Alkaline Corporation. Dear Miss Clara Lapine, we are writing you to inform you that your location is scheduled for a mandatory service upgrade set for September 5. The hardware to be installed is a AW1054 model multiplexer as well as TW44 model teletypewriter. A service representative will be on site to assist you with the upgrade process. Please keep a good lookout. We thank you for your service. Hold that confidence. Your local branch at Alkaline. Triple dots. My arm falls to my side with the letter in hand. Maynard looks happy to have done her job. I think. I smile at her regardless. Thanks, miss. She keeps looking to me with that expression. I'm not really sure if it is. There we go again, insects. I'm not really sure if it is one of accomplishment anymore. I decide to take my leave. The night is cool and the breeze clings to my clothes. I sigh, my breath visible in the cool air. I lean against the wall of the post office. Lights from inside illuminate the road, casting shadows. It's already getting dark in the time I spent in the post office. I rest my head against the vending machine. It hums softly like a kitty. Good girl. I look to the letter in my hand. Scheduled for September 5. That's only a couple days away. Multiplexer, teletypewriter. Not really sure what those could be. Technology is really moving quickly these days. It will be probably someone from the city, net service representative. I wonder what they're like. I twist the accelerator on my bike and start on my way back home. Crickets. Tall grass swaying gently outside of the telephone exchange. A strange place to call home. The wooden door creaks open and I step in, remembering to lock it behind me. The dusted shadows of the near-empty switchboard room greet me. I nearly trip while removing my shoes and jacket. Maybe we should have some light. Ceiling light hums a familiar tone. It's taken some time for me to adjust to the quiet. It's hard not to be overly aware of your own actions when there's no one else around. I try to think about the things I should be happy about. Today was the first time the trip to the post office felt familiar to me, comforting even. The first time I drove there, I was so nervous about every little thing. Driving the bike, not getting lost, what to say to the mail clerk. But now it's just another part of my week. Going through the motions, routines, motion, a meal, a bath, sleepy. My yawns echo through the building's dark halls. I hang up my uniform and put on my nightgown. I collapse onto the bed face first, not feeling any urgency to get comfortable. It isn't really clear to me what it is I'm feeling at the moment. I'm a girl who enjoys consistency, I guess. If there was a word for the feeling, it'd probably be helpless. Before I start to really think about it, I close my eyes. That night, I was able to remember my dream. My sister and I were sitting on our old front porch. I was staring at the grass while Mom yelled at us. She was really upset that we had gotten some new blouses dirty and was really telling us off for not being more careful. I felt bad that she was going to have to spend so much time giving our clothes an extra scrubbing. But she was already so busy every day. Do you know how many months I have to save up for these? Sometimes it feels like neither of you care how much I do for you. Somehow I knew that this happened because I had chased Clara to Amar, and before we could realize how deep that month went, it was too late. I guess another intermission. Kono bang gamiwa? Just kidding. 425. Triple dots. 425 to 339. Triple dots. Connected. Triple dots. I give a great big yawn, as well as a good stretch for my arms. Early mornings usually don't have very many calls. 29. 29-2. 67. Connected. Huh. I haven't seen 29 come up in quite in quite a while. And how slow the morning is going, maybe a little curiosity won't hurt. I plug into the monitor. Peer tree connected. What kind, you ask? Also, I noticed now that there's like image. Kind, you ask? Oh, I'm not picky at all. Whichever you think is the most pleasing. Okay then, so a card. Words thinking of you. Get well soon, Thomas. Also a bouquet of flowers. No preferences. Yes, thank you. If you don't mind, can I ask what happened? Well, he's not doing so great. We got a letter saying he's too injured to fight now. Wouldn't tell us what happened, but when my wife saw him, he was in a full body cast. Couldn't move at all. Oh no, my condolences. I'm certainly wishing for a speedy recovery. Thanks. I'll be sure to pass it on. Peer 1 disconnected. Peer 2 disconnected. So it was someone sick, I guess. 2 numbers longing to reach one another. The magic of long distance communication happening before my eyes. The tiny flashing light above the digits tell me that something needs to be said somewhere and somewhere else. Can we be this, sir? Yes, okay. I can only imagine what it was like before all of this. The words of loved ones at the whim of a person who may or may not find their way to them. A letter lifted out of a bag by a gust of wind would mean words lost forever. I get a little teary-eyed thinking about it. Without thinking, I connect another call. It's become mindless. My hands guide themselves. A to B, wait for the lights to turn off, unplug. Rinse and repeat. A to B, repeat. A to B, again. A to B. Fogginess. A to B. B to A. 1 to 2. Like living in a cloud. Only it's one of those small solitary clouds you sometimes see in the night sky. 2 to 3. My hands reach out, fingers waving about, creating barely visible shapes in air and moisture. Green and red lights blink in pattern across the sky, creating a grid. A rumbling at my feet. Then, a white light from the distance in front of me. The light grows brighter, coming toward me. A train pierces through the foggy veil. The deafening sound of its engines turns to a screech as the train comes to a halt. A tall, stately man in a vest and some sort of cape steps off of the train, his boots sending a puff of dirt up. His movements seem like guarded, like they've been rehearsed hundreds of times before, in an almost ceremonial manner. He turns my way and begins to strut toward me. I then notice the black and gold king he's carrying, stabbing the dirt with each stride. He stops in front of me, and I almost feel afraid to look at his face. There's an immense presence to him, an impenetrable aura. He's just standing there menacingly. I finally muster up the courage to look him in the face. I notice that his gaze isn't focused on me, but more rather something behind me. I suddenly feel very small in his presence. He sets his eyes on me. Question mark, exclamation point? Reality makes itself known in a pleasant jolt. The feeling in my limbs returning to me. A trail of drool runs down in my arms as I lift my head up from the switchboard. I fell asleep on the job again. Oh, I see my pencil on the floor next to me. The thing that must have woken me up. Second thing I notice, there's so many unconnected calls. My stomach drops, thinking about what could happen if I miss too many of these. I shake the sleepy away in my head and stretch my arms a bit. 89 to 121. Triple dots. Connected. Ration day. Every Wednesday, everyone in town lines up to take home government supplied food and supplies. Stuff like rice, oats, cooking oil, and other essentials. It's still a pretty new program, so I'm not completely used to it. Sometimes it's just a matter of substituting one thing for another. Now sometimes things don't come in, and I just have to do with a plain meal. When it's getting close to the next ration day, it might just be rice and beans for a couple of days. Me and my sister used to go on trips around the various roadside farmers markets to get fresh produce. Since everyone seemed to know her, we'd even be gifted some seasonal fruit from time to time. I would always hide behind Clara back then. I was always scared of anyone who wasn't my sister. Now the markets are mostly empty. The farmers around have dwindled in number, and there's only a handful still around. So it's really been a big help that we have the rationing system now. Even if the food isn't as good, it's at least a little bit easier to get to, even if I have to wait in line. Come to think of it, all of that farmland is under control of the defense force now. I wonder what they're doing with it. As I get close to the intersection where I turn off for the community building, I see 3 people standing there. May naidigang bumulsa. Standing there. See 3 people standing there. They're in uniform and they're holding guns. I don't recognize them, but I know they're military. Not sure what they're doing around here though. So I really think there's some war going on. Or like, I'm not sure, some enforcement things, I guess. I decide to slow down. My bike comes my bike comes to a stop right next to the soldiers. Halt! Twin tails. I'm a little surprised. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that in real life before. My bike has already stopped, so I'm not sure what they want me to do. Two girls stand tactically to block my bike from both sides. Their hands are on their guns. The third stands a bit further behind them, though with her rifle still around her shoulder. I raise my hands up to show that I'm not holding anything. What's your business here? I'm just getting some rations. Upon hearing me speak, the two near identical soldiers look at each other in surprise. I lift up my goggles so they can see my face. They study me up and down with their eyes. The one in the back has a minimal presence and seems to prefer to stay out of it. Huh. Another civilian. They seem to let down their guard a bit. One of them even slings their rifle back over their shoulder. Not soldier, shoulder. I don't know what's so surprising, but I'm glad I don't have to worry about getting shot. Well, it's not Friday. What are you doing out here, little miss? Not a good idea to be out here alone. How young do they think I am? I'm pretty sure they're not much older than me. Are you guys lost? Shouldn't you be out of the front lines? Lost? Twin Tails soldiers stifles a laugh. Their cheeks puff out. Of course we're not lost. We're doing important work here. Classified work. This information is classified. Okay. Keeping the peace. Making sure little girls like you don't get hurt. Well, I'm doing fine. Yeah, you might be doing fine now, but you never know when the enemy might strike. So you ought to watch your back. I wonder what they have been told. I understand. Is it okay to... You can't say we're the ones who are lost. Don't you know? This is a military road. You're the one who's lost. Since when? And you know, we've been on the front lines too. Ace Assure's 23rd Company. Not so serious. Not so soldiers. Really? Yeah. You couldn't imagine the things we've seen. They're still going. I don't think they're going to listen to me. They start to argue with each other about who saw the most gruesome thing. I lose track of the conversation. I get the feeling that they're not supposed to be here. I take a look at the third soldier. She keeps a stern look at me for what feels like an eternity, even though only a second or two had passed in reality. Triple dots. Eventually, she looks down at the ground. I guess she has nothing to say. I think about saying something to her, but I feel I meddled with their little operation enough. Hey, are you listening? Am I free to go? Huh? Oh, yeah. Sure, go ahead. I guess my worries were misplaced. I didn't have to worry about these girls. They're just a couple of kids. I put my goggles back on and look forward. I push it on the pedal and my bike rolls off with me. Yep. Might not be soldiers. With the day's rations in hand, I shovel back into my home base. The usual nightly doings, though much sleepier because of the hassle I was given today getting here. I think about the things I used to cook with my sister. The fantasy all sorts of delicious things lulling me to sleep. I'm blinded. My eyelids are being held open. A ray of light flickering directly into it rapidly. The light feels more intense with each flicker. It starts to hurt more and more. Then my eyes are allowed to close. There's a warmth in my eyes that I've never felt before. I try to reach out and touch them, but my arms don't cooperate. Triple dots. Mumblings from an invisible congregation. Although I can't understand them, I feel I'm being gossiped about. It's always like this, it feels. One of the figures makes themselves visible. A short girl with long, unkempt hair. Something about her feels familiar. It's the same girl you met before. I try to piece together memories in my head, but they all fizzle away as soon as they're known. She tilts her head curiously. I focus on the way her hair covers her face as she does this. I try to speak to her. Triple dots. But my mouth doesn't cooperate either. She holds her hand out with her palm facing up. This gesture feels comforting. I start to feel a little sad I can take her hand. She steps back, sudden hesitation. Turning her head left and right, panic. I start to understand her concern. I am nothing anymore. Alright. Intermission. So far I think to understand this, each one is like a different fucking freaking thing. Like for other like so the starting was something about dream. Something is wrong this morning. It's 5 minutes past the opening time. There's always a rush of calls coming in about right now. A lot of very important phone calls. But no lights have come on today. I sit patiently waiting for the first call to come in. After some time, I start feeling anxious and I patch myself in one of the lines. But it's dead quiet. I try several, not even interference can be heard. I even try speaking to the telephones, but there's no answer. I look outside, listening for sirens like I had been told to do. I even get over my fear of the radio and tune into the emergency frequency. But there was nothing. I start pacing around impatiently. What is going on? And I recall the note from the other day. Maintenance day. Yep. It was already in my mind. Did you forget? Does that mean that everything should have been disconnected? Who is taking my calls right now? Right then I hear a knock on the door. In my panic, I hadn't even heard the guest drive up. Is that the company representative? Ah. I'm not even wearing my uniform. Ah, well, 1 minute. I hastily slip out of my nightgown and grab the uniform off the rack. I look at myself in the mirror one last time, making sure that my hair is parted how I like it. I undo the locks of the door and open it wide. I'm here for the maintenance job. The person standing by the entrance is tall and dressed in standard issue workers coveralls. I realize that I've been staring them down, so I quickly blurt out a greeting. Hi. They gave me a polite nod and I hastily returned it with a full-blown bow. Can you take me to the foreman of this office? Triple dots. Foreman? Triple dots. I see. We stand there for a while, blinking at each other. May I come in? Ah, yes, of course. I move out of the way, hiding my body behind the open door. The tall person steps inside, making sure to take their muddy boots off by the entrance. Somehow seeing them in socks makes them seem a bit less intimidating. I close the door behind us, locking down shyly. The worker looks around, seeming somewhat confused. It's just you today? I keep looking down at my feet. It's just me in general. Triple dots. I see. I walk around the room, looking at some of my belongings. Very lived in. I'm not sure what to say in response. They raise the clipboard that they've been holding and walk over to the row of switchboards. They stop at each one and after giving it a good look, makes a note on the clipboard. I'm not sure what they're writing down, but I'm sure it's important. During a visit like this, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, so I just continue tailing them as they inspect the place. Do you get a passing grade? I'm not here to grade you, miss. The person doesn't look up from the clipboard as they speak to me. I know. You're here to grade the switchboards. After working their way through the switchboard terminals, they look up to the cables running up the wall from each unit. They join each other in a braid near the ceiling. I'm just here to make sure that the equipment is up to code. Follow the cables that span across the wall, terminating above a metal door in the corner of the room. They also make a note here. And if it's not, make the necessary upgrades. Well, is the equipment up to code? The worker rubs their chin. No, miss. Don't let it get this bad. Suddenly I feel a little intimidated. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No. I don't think it's your fault. Protocols haven't been followed here. You've taken good care of the equipment, I can tell. But you could have phoned in to let us know earlier. It's quite the mess for me to clean up. I look around the room. Everything's just the way Clara left it, but I never knew that there was some sort of problem with the way she had things set up. This is just how I've always known it. Is that something that needs to change? Triple dots. The representative looks around at the several doors leading out of the room. Is there an office here? An office? I think so. I take to the key box on the wall and look for the right key to use. I grab the one with a tag on it that says office and lead the representative to one of the doors. This building is too big just for me, so I keep these doors locked and pretend they're not here. The representative smiles at me, saying nothing. The door opens with my key, leading to a small room with a desk, a chair, and some filing cabinets. The representative steps past me and sits down at the desk, using their own keyring to open the filing cabinet. I guess they've done this before. What's in there? Maintenance records mostly. Schematics, blueprints, and the like. We go through the drawer, picking out a few folders and setting them on the desk. A puff of dust rises from the folders as the books are put down. The representative doesn't cough. They open up one of them, going through the documents within. I look over their shoulder, trying to parse the information on the pages, but I can't understand it. This looks complicated. The representative looks up from the books. It's a circuit diagram mess. It covers how the switch words are wired, part of your basic training. Oh. I'm not very good at this stuff. The worker looks at me, puzzled. Were you not trained by Alkaline? I shake my head at them. Then, do you know when the fuses were last replaced? I don't know. The representative sighs. It probably dawning on them that there was more work to be done than initially thought. I don't know a whole lot about this. My sister taught me how to do this job. Your sister? The representative taps their pen on the desk, thinking. They bring out yet another folder of papers. This one looks like a directory of some sort. Each page has a table of names and hire dates, and who was their manager. Flip through the pages all the way to the very last one. The worker puts their finger on one of the names at the bottom of the list. Miss Lapine. That's me. Clara Lapine? I shake my head. That's my sister, I'm Ana. I see. So you're not actually working for the company? I am. You do, but you're not on the ledger. Triple dots. I work here every day. Representative size and puts the folder back in the drawer. I'm sure you're a good worker, Miss Lapine. I read that your sister was present. I stand up and leave the room with the schematic. I look down at the filing cabinet, feeling that I might have been doing something wrong this whole time. I follow the worker back to their main room. The representative looks around the room and then at the schematic. Again, they seem to be in deep concentration. So you know my name now, but I don't know yours. Representative looks up from the diagram. Name's Courier. They point to the name tag on their uniform. Oh. I thought that was just a title. They look down at the tag and I can say lightly, as if amused by my mistake. I smile at them and they smile back mildly before returning to the blueprint. I scoot closer to Courier to look at the diagram they're holding. It seems to resemble the room we're in. A few of the rooms. I'm not sure if this is typo or things. A few of the rooms have labels on them, like office and break room. Curiously, some of the rooms in here don't match what they currently are, like my bedroom. I guess that was added later. Courier taps their pen on the paper, then looks up at the wires in the ceiling. I'm going to need to take a look at the wiring in the basement. The basement? Courier then points to the metal door in the corner of the room, to which the cables lead. The trunk lines are down there. Basement? There's a basement? I've heard scary sounds coming from that steel door before. It's the one I stayed the furthest away from. It's pretty ominous. Of course, I say nothing about this out loud. In the end, I just nod and follow the representative to the door. The door is locked, so I go for the key box again. After poking around, I can't seem to find the right key. I have no recollection of ever seeing one labeled basement or anything like that. It doesn't come as that much of a surprise. Many of the hooks have keys that are missing. Sis never told me about the basement, so I don't know. I look to Courier and they look back at me. I think this small action told them everything because they sigh and lift the keyring from off their belt. It's large with many differently sized keys on it. I'll have to get a new key made for this door. I stand a bit further back as Courier unlocks the door. It opens with a horrible creak. I expected to be a room on the other side, but it's just a staircase leading down. Sunlight from the window casts a light down the stairs. It seems to continue to the right, but I can't see where it ends. I wonder why. Why they were that at all? So, always basement is like, seems to continue to the right, but I can't see where it ends. Courier immediately heads down, as if the creepy staircase doesn't bother them at all. I guess it's not that surprising. They probably do stuff like this all the time. The wooden stairs creak loudly as the representative descends, and it makes me wince a little. When they reach the bottom, a switch clicks on the wall. Nothing seems to happen, much to their dismay. They lift a small pen flashlight from their belt and continue into the darkness. I'm not sure if they want me to follow them or not, but I don't want to leave my guests to wander around alone. I take a deep breath and put my right foot on the first step. I hold the handrail as I take it down slowly. Courier made it look really easy. I guess this is why they have the job and not me. Not that my job isn't important, I'm sure it is. The staircase seems to get longer as I descend. There's a dusty smell in the air. I don't think anyone has been down here for a long time. I'm not sure what I expected to find behind this door. Certainly not a whole other floor. I try not to think about the empty space growing in this building. There's a reason why I keep these doors locked. I poke my head around the corner and I see the representative already at work surveying the basement. They're dimly lit by the small flashlight held in their mouth. The room is tall and narrow, spanning an unknown depth into the darkness. The walls are lined with what appears to be many units of the same machine. Korea has lifted the cover off one of them and is poking around inside. I had no idea all of this was down here. I approach the worker so I don't have to be alone in the dark. They have a clipboard in one hand and a pen in the other, filling out some sort of checklist. They look to me taking the flashlight out of their mouth so they can speak clearly. Hey, would you mind holding this flashlight for me? I nod and I take the light from their hand, making sure to point to where they're working. It's made of metal and is surprisingly heavy for its size. I didn't know they made flashlight this small. I wonder how it works. I feel a little safer now with the light. Courier is poking around inside the machine with a screwdriver, opening little compartments up and looking inside. It's a miracle this top still works. The corp has really been slacking on maintenance. You mean alkaline? Yeah. Ever since they got nationalized, HQ's been cutting corners. Oh. I don't know what any of those words mean. They arrive with cash, but they don't spend it on anything useful. Maybe when this war is over, they'll get their act together. Yep, I was right, there was a war going on. Still, but I think even then, that might be still related to it. Though they still kinda like maybe not soldiers. Maybe they'll get their act together. Or maybe not, maybe they're actually soldiers. Until then, here I am, fixing their mess. Seem to work hard, Courier. I'm sure your work is appreciated. They gave me a warm smile before turning back to the machine. Have you been at Alkaline long? Courier looks back at me as I ask my question, but continues talking as they work. Ever since I got old enough. You must be really smart then. Courier laughs. Ha, maybe so. This is all I know how to do. Courier finishes up their work on this machine, making sure to close the cover before moving on to the next one. I diligently follow them with the flashlight, careful not to get in their way. They pop another cover open with a screwdriver. I think it's made out of some sort of bakelite. They lift it up and set it aside. And it looks heavy. On the inside, this machine looks very similar to the last one. What are these machines? They are a part of the exchange. These are switches, the panel switches to be precise. This bank uses the newer model of straight panel switches. They're a lot more reliable than the old rotary ones. Rotary. Yeah. The old ones were a nightmare to maintain. Lots of moving parts. Don't even get me started on the wiring. As you might have noticed, there's a lot of empty space down here. That's because the old banks were so big. You could fit a whole room in the space left behind by those things. I look behind me and scoot a bit closer to Courier. But why are they under my house? Silly. You just do the phone calls here. They used to route transmissions to other central offices. Triple dots. Triple dots. They're what make the phone calls happen. Or they're a part of it at least. The telephone poles outside are like the roads of the system, and these switches are like the intersection. Oh. But I thought I made the connections like when I plugged the wires in upstairs. Yes, that's a part of it. So maybe not for much longer. I wonder what they mean by that. So the basement is the brain of the phone system? You could say that. There's a lot of brains though, not just this place. They're all connected together, forming a network of brains. Something like that could cause like parallel traveling. Brain network. I forget what was it called again in Zero Escape. This building mostly serves for long distance lines. There's not a lot of local line connections to make, so most of the incoming transmissions are just passing through to elsewhere. Courier points to a logo of my uniform. A logo on my uniform. See, that's the long. Did you see? That's the logo for Oh, this is division. Okay, let me just like have a little bit of history here. Passage for elsewhere. Okay. For long distance division. Whoa. I didn't know there was so much to it. I thought telephones were just a wire. Courier shuttles. That would make my job a lot easier. He checks some things off on their clipboard and moves to the next panel. So, how long will it take you to fix them? It's not just a matter of fixing the panels. There's also some other stuff that need attention. The panels, they're just the most obvious problem. It's a wonder they're still functional. They need to be totally replaced. And I haven't looked at the wiring yet. I would say about a week tops. A week? I can connect calls for a week, for a whole week. That's all I need to know to do. I don't know what I would do if I couldn't do that. What am I supposed to do for a week? Triple dots. Enjoy your vacation? Vacation? I've never been on vacation before. Does that mean I can go anywhere I want? Like the beach? I've never tried to be anywhere else before. Nowhere but here. It's my home, and Clara could come home any day and all. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't here when she came back home. No, I can't go anywhere. I have to stay here. Well, you could always help me. Would that make it go faster? Not really. But you'd be company. When I'm out on maintenance, I don't usually get to talk to people. And you're certainly an interesting girl. I don't mind helping you out. I don't know what else I would do anyway. The only time I was away from work was when I fell off a scissor lift and broke my leg a few years ago. But if you'd rather do this, I can't complain. Intermission. Okay, you can still hear the fixing noises. Come evening, Courier and I headed back upstairs. Actually, I may take a little break. I'll be right back. I'll be close, so there'll be a weird cut. So I'll be right back. Stay tuned a little bit. It's already 991. Jesus Christ. Actually, before we... Anyway, I'm back. I'm just gonna make sure I save a little bit. For continue. Every post break, I forgot about it. Come evening. Okay. Let's continue. Come evening. Courier and I head back upstairs. I just took a water break, so I think I could be... We'd be down there so long that it was already dark out. I apologize that I didn't have any food to offer them, but they said they were fine. I also offered a place to sleep for the night, but they say they had booked a hotel room. They probably thought the notion of staying at my house was a bit strange. I didn't think of it as strange at all. I was just trying to be hospitable. I didn't really have a guest room anyway. I just had my room and Clara's. I wouldn't want to make them sleep on the floor, so I guess it was for the best. Courier said they would be back tomorrow morning to start work properly. I wonder what sort of changes they'd bring to the place. Change is something I'm not used to. I lived here for so long that I've gotten used to everything being the same. Even when Clara left, I still kept everything the same. Maybe I'm hoping that she'll come back and everything will be as it was. I went to bed early that night. I was tired from all the goings on of today. I'm really not used to having guests over. I mostly keep to myself. But without any phone calls to make, I guess I just have to socialize. Maybe even touching grass would be yeah. It's not so bad. Courier is nice. They're a bit strange, but I guess I'm a bit strange too. It seems to work out somehow. Without thinking too hard about anything, I let myself drift off to sleep. I dreamt of the ocean. The waves were crashing against the shore, and the wind was blowing through my hair. Oh my god, hang on a bit. Sorry about that. I was standing at the beach, looking out at the horizon. The sky was all gray. It looked like it was about to rain. I was barefoot and my feet were sinking into the sand. The waves were rolling against my legs, but I couldn't feel any sensation of cold. Courier was there too, standing distantly on the shoals. Or was it Clara? I couldn't tell. Okay. A little bit. I tried to call out to them. I tried to call out to them, but they didn't seem to hear me. They were just staring out at the ocean. I tried to catch a glimpse of their face, but it kept changing. Help, they said. Help me. I didn't know what was wrong. Is a little rain really that bad? What a stupid scene. I've never even been to the ocean. I've been up since early morning, and I'd already gotten dressed. I got dressed. Today I won't be caught off guard. A good second impression is just as important as the first. That means that you have consistency. Whether that is good or bad consistency, well, that's in the eye of the beholder. I take pride in mine regardless. I stand by the entrance, waiting for their truck to roll up the driveway. I peek out the window every once in a while, but there's no sign of them yet. He never actually told me when they'd be here beyond the vague early morning. Courier seems like they'd be punctual though. They take their job more seriously than I think I ever could. I guess that's one difference between us. One of many. It doesn't take long until I start spinning up theories about what I would do if they didn't come. I'm not sure what I would do without the phone system to occupy my time. I'd probably just end up reading a book or something. I have a lot of them. I read most of them already. But what would I do when I finish all my books? Eventually I'd run out of things to do. Maybe I'd pick up gardening. The yard's really no good for it though. All overgrown and full of weeds. I actually don't know anything about gardening. Maybe there's a book on it. Not that I own one. I take a deep breath. I realized that I was starting to get a bit worked up. I don't think it would make a lot of sense for a courier to just not show up. Alkalite's business after all. The droning of a distant truck engine erases my worries. That's definitely them. That was fast. Good morning. Good morning, Anna. Was the drive okay? Yeah, it was fine. I drive a lot. Especially in familiar places. Though, this is the first time I've been to this area. It's kind of out of the way, isn't it? Yeah, it's quiet. But exchanges are usually pretty busy places. I'm surprised that this one isn't. Oh, is that bad? I'm not sure. I've never been to one that wasn't. I seem to be doing well enough for nobody to complain. I'll take that as a compliment. I don't think I would want it to be any different. I'm sympathetic. I'll try and make sure that it stays the way it is. Courier looks around the room. That leads me on to. Courier rolls out a big sheet of paper on the table. It seems to be a copy of the one from yesterday, but with some additions. I've drafted up an itinerary for repairs. I'll go over it with you. Before we start, would you like some coffee? Oh, sure. You seem like the type. What's that supposed to be? It's a good thing. I disappeared to the kitchen to get the pot of coffee I had prepared in anticipation of this event. I pour up 2 cute little porcelain cups and bring them back to the table. When I get back, Courier is sitting on the floor, looking over the blueprint on the table. I'm glad they're already feeling at home here. I place the cups down and take a seat next to them. Here you go. Courier takes the cup and takes a sip almost immediately. They make a funny face. I guess it's not very good. Sorry, it's ration coffee. It's fine. What coffee is it? I guess that's true. I take a sip of my own coffee. I make no expression. This bitter taste has become nothing but ordinary to me. Courier said they were going to go over the itinerary with me, but they seem to be taking their time mulling over it. I don't mind. I'm not in a hurry. I guess I'm the one who suggested this detour anyway. So, timeline. It's a timeline now. I would start with the most important things first, the switches, but those are on special order. So I'll start with what I can do right now. The wiring I could do today. It's a bit of a mess from what I've seen, but I can get it done. I just done quietly. I haven't seen the terminus yet. I wanted to get a look at it yesterday, but I didn't have the time. Terminus, is that the big box outside? Yeah, that's the one. I'm surprised you know what it is. I guess. We can take a look at that in a bit. Then there's the AW1054 and the TW44. They're big units, but they're not too complicated to wire up. They're already assembled too, so we should be able to get them up and running pretty quickly. We'll leave that for another day. We have to wait for them to be delivered anyway. That about covers it. It's a lot of work. Indeed. So let's get going. Oh, but first, Anna. Would you mind helping me bring some stuff in? Okay, sure thing. I dropped the last bag of materials onto the floor, almost falling over. I don't think I was cut out for this kind of job. Courier carries in a box and spots me hunched over and sweating. Careful not to throw your back out. Courier smiles teasingly. They set the box near the door to the basement. I decided to take a much needed break and lay down next to the coffee table. Courier sits down next to me. They eye over some blueprints to the building. Station 45 East. Huh. They look at the wiring coming from the switchboards, running along the ceiling and through the walls. Scratching their head, they stand up to study the area. I watch them trace the wires from one side of the room to the other, noticing the wire going into my bedroom. Not sure if you know anything, but I'm a little confused here about something. I sit up and face them. Would you happen to know why they rerouted the wires in this way? I pointed at the wires going from the switchboard to my bedroom and more wires going from one part of the building to another. Not really. Figures, figures. Courier strokes their chin, looking away as if for an idea. They tuck some of their hair behind the car and open the door to my bedroom. I hear some rattling from behind the walls as Courier starts to pull on some of the cords. The first time anyone else has been in my room. Since there was a little bit of a storm last night, their boots are probably really muddy. The thought of having to clean up all the mud that's probably being tracked up all around my room. I make my way into the room. To the room. Courier already has their hands full of wires. Excuse me. Courier stops to listen. Miss Courier. They look a little caught off guard. It's Miss Courier. Yep, I was right. Miss Courier, can I ask you to please take your boots off before going to my bedroom? This is your... Courier turns around and notices the bed and dresser. Her mouth opens in surprise. Of course. I've never been to an exchange that someone lives in. You'll have to forgive me. It's okay. Courier promptly takes off her boots and leaves them by the door. I'm a little embarrassed that I had to ask her to do that. I don't want to seem uppity or anything. I'm just a little particular about my room. If my room is messy, I feel like my mind is messy too. Stuff needs to be in the right place. Get away from my screen. I watch Courier continues to strip the wires from the walls. Little paint chips dance to the floor as the guts are spilled. I just sit in my bed watching Courier work. I don't think this is something I can help with. This room has always been such a gentle and clean place. And now it feels defiled. I know it's just a room. I guess technically it's not even my room. It's outgoing property. Triple nuts. All that's really on my mind right now is I have to clean up all this stuff. Maybe paint over the walls again. I can imagine sleeping in here with all this exposed wiring. Hey, Courier. Is this necessary? What, the wiring? Yeah. You have to do this? Well, I wouldn't be doing my job otherwise, right? I mean, I guess, but I know, couldn't you just say you did it? I could, but that'd be lying. I mean, I don't think anyone would know the difference. I would. I mean, I guess, but no, you're right. If I were in Courier's position, I'd probably do the same thing. I want to know that I did the job right. Courier and I sit down at the table, and I pour us some tea. Breaks seem to be in order. I don't know if tea is her thing, but I figured I would change it up a bit. Give Courier a full sampler of the Ana experience. Triple Lutz. We sip in silence for a little while. Courier looks out the window, enjoying the view. Her usual site probably isn't surrounded by this much nature. She sets her teacup down and looks at some of her notes. These are some cute cups. I like the little flowers on them. Right? They're my sister said. I think she got them from our mother. Carrier picks up her cup and looks at it. You said your sister was the one who originally worked here. If she's not here, where is she? Clara volunteered. She's a medic now, I think. We both take another sip. Cicada sings their usual song outside. And so she's trusting you with the switchboard for now, I assume. When I was younger, I always wanted to be like her. I guess in a way that did end up happening. I'm just happy I'm able to help her, keeping this place running. She'll be back soon. She told me in her last letter. I'm sure she will be. Courier takes a sip of her tea. I wonder what she's thinking about. You know, I've never met anyone from Alkaline before. Is it a fun place to work? Fun? It has its fair share of enjoyable moments, I say. Maybe not the fun you're thinking of, though. It's fun to see the look on someone's face after I fix a problem of theirs. Voila, magic. I just smack it with a wrench. But sometimes the days are just much too long. Courier gives a distant stare, then downs the rest of her tea. I do the same, trying to mimic her nonchalant ways. For a while, we just sit there in silence. The light streaming from the window is filtered through the leaves of the trees outside. It's a nice day. A bit. The silence is broken by Courier clearing her throat. I look at her. Ana, are you close to your mother? I'm a little taken aback by the sudden question. Huh? 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 Did the documentation in the office say something about her? No. That's not what I'm asking. You talk about your sister a lot, but but your mother, you didn't even mention it. You didn't even mention it. I'm just mixing up things right now. Oh. I don't think she's someone I think about very often. What, you think I'm too young to be here on my own? Don't misunderstand. You're doing a great job. Courier looks away for a moment. Just chalk it up to the innate curiosity of an engineer. Well, alright. Honestly speaking, I don't know where she is. It was so long ago. Courier nods understandingly and takes another sip of tea. I think she's alive, but I don't know where she is. Yeah, Clara, we ran away from home when we were young. We both take another sip of tea. I'm not sure what to say. It doesn't mean a lot to me anymore. It's been this way for as long as I can remember. I don't know if I'd even recognize her if I saw her. It's hard to say that it's something I mourn. I don't know, it's something I think about with any regularity. I wonder what made Courier ask about her. The day's work concludes. Courier replaced all of the wiring on the first floor. I help her with the last few rooms, because I couldn't stand just sitting around while someone else was working away in my home. I wasn't much help, but I think she appreciated the company. She's a lot more talkative than I thought she would be. I guess she's just a little slow to warm up. To be fair, I'm not much better. Carrier said her goodbyes, then I took off for the night. My day isn't over yet though. I decided it's probably a good time to head to the post office. As I come up to the desk, Maylard actually pretty seems to be manning her post office for once. She is hunched over, looking more bored than usual. She doesn't even notice me until I'm right here. I'm right in front of her. Yeah, I think the soldiers one were basically like spectators. They spectated a bit of the war, like big. I'm right in front of her. I knock on the desk, and her eyes widen. She looks up to me and smiles wide, like she's reunited with a long lost friend. Ana, did you see that fricked up dog? Question mark. What? Did you see that freaked up looking dog outside? Come again? So there was this big hunk, and his dog was like cylindrical. That's a drum. I look around, seeing no obvious sign of a freaked up dog. You should have been here for it, man. They tried to shut that dog up, but it would not stop barking. I think I know what happened. It ate a letter. None of yours though. I think I have the feeling what happened. What happened there? Not to worry, Miss Anna. Make 6 mailers got all of your mail. She's acting really strange today. Without any further words from either of us, she immediately finds my mail bin and plugs through the various envelopes for my mail. She sets my mail down on the counter. I guess she remembered my address this time. She pushes her index fingers together in a wavy motion as she waits for me to take the mail. Not wanting to rouse any further trouble, I take the letters and file through them. Ads. Every time. There's really no choice though. I mean, I'd be running ads soon on some of my pages. Flyers. Utility bill. News. Join us in the great effort. Nothing interesting. Nothing new. I open up my purse and carefully put them in there. Of course, they go into the trash once I'm not in view of the postal worker. I just don't want her to take it personally. I push today's letter toward Maillard. As per usual. She doesn't immediately pick it up. Anyway, Anna. How come you're always sending these letters? They always address to the same name. Triple dots. You know, we have different products too. Maybe try a postcard sometime. Maillard cracks a smile. Try something different. Maillard picks up my envelope and makes a stance. Like she's holding a deadly throwing weapon. Thanks, miss. I will keep that in mind. She tosses the letter into the outgoing mail sack. Gracefully lands in it, to my great surprise. I do wish she would be a bit more careful with my letters. Well, apparently with this part, she's cool, I guess. Reaching this part, she's cool, I guess. I don't want them to get lost. Now that they're in the bag, though, I can't do anything about it. I leave it to the system to see that my letters gets to my letter, that my letter gets to its destination. Can I trust the system? I don't know. Kara's not gotten back to me yet. Triple dots. Say, Maillard. Yeah? What happens to the letters that don't get delivered? She thinks for a moment. They get returned to the sender. What if it's a letter that's been sent to a right address, but the recipient isn't there to get it? The letter would be left in the mailbox until someone picks it up. What about a military letter? Yeah, you'd have to ask the military about that. Oh, right. Huh? What were we talking about? Nothing. I'll see you later. I've had enough of this. I turn around and take my leave. Outside, I take a deep breath. No strange dogs in sight. Something to be thankful for. I don't like animals very much. I sit down on my bike without feeling any immediate reason to leave. There's nothing waiting for me at home anyway. Triple dots. At times like this, I prefer to let my mind drift away. Distraction ease your worries. They make you forget. For a little while. It's become a habit to spend some time here, just sitting outside. I don't know why. I just like it here. Maybe there's something alluring about the exterior of this building. It's been here longer than the Great Effort. It's been here longer than the military. It's been even longer. It's even been here longer than I have. It's a place that's always been there for me, just like home. I find that comforting. A place can be a home, even if it's not somewhere you live. Being in places that I spend time with Clara makes me feel like she's still here with me. I wonder if she feels the same way. I can't imagine she has too much to hold onto out there. It's likely this is also going to be copyrighted, and it also has, by the way, as a follow-up, because Sadly, that's most of the time what happens in VN if they stop using. There's really not much we can do. Not every game creator or VN creator, just anything in general is good at everything, of course. And yeah. Too out there. Clara. Hold on a little longer. Someday this will all just feel like a dream. Things will go back to how they used to be. I'm sure of it. My thinking is interrupted by a grumble in my stomach. I guess I haven't had anything to eat yet. I was swept up by the action of the day and forgot to take care of myself. I guess at home, there is one thing waiting for me. A warm meal. I turn the key and kickstart the engine. Intermission time? I'm going home. Not yet. Clara and I took the long drive to the city. I don't know what it is we came here to get, but I'm sure it's important. It's crowded, a sea of people. The bustle of the city is something I could never quite get used to. She tugs me along as we weave through the aisles of the department store, the clothing section. The racks of clothes seem much taller than normal. I can only see the ground and a labyrinth of coats surrounding me. Clara pulls me along as we squeeze through two tall racks. Halfway though, I lose her hand. I make it through, then look around. She's nowhere in sight. Clara? Clara? I stay put, though I just feel frozen in place. Afraid that if I move, we'd lose each other. Intermission again. This morning, Courier helped herself inside the house. I was just in my morning gown, so I ran off embarrassed to get changed. I told her I'd leave the door unlocked for her, but I ultimately forgot about the whole interaction come morning. We found ourselves sat down on the floor, on the cushions in the main room, and we enjoy our new regular morning routine, drinking coffee in silence. Something felt unusual or out of character about it. Maybe it was that she was starting to feel more comfortable here. Maybe it's that I was getting comfortable with her presence in my home. It's not something I should get used to. Nothing is permanent, especially this. I pop open a can of tuna. It would go good on a sandwich with some lettuce and tomato. Maybe even some cream mixed in with the tuna. A girl can dream. It's been a while since stuff like that was easily accessible. Courier seems to eat whatever I put in front of her happily. I find it admirable that she's not picky. I look at her as she picks up bits of tuna with her fork. I have a feeling that today is going to be a good day, so didn't want to sully it with any ideas that life could be better. I was content with just watching her eat. I don't actually feel hungry at all. In fact, I was more full than I've felt in a long time. I was full of her company. Full of her company. It's dawning on me that maybe I am already getting used to it. Career has built a home in an emptiness I didn't know I had. Okay, my light is shut down. Hang on a little bit. I'll just... Nope, I forgot to charge. Oh no. I forgot to charge. This is bad. So I'm just gonna have like light off for now. Career has built home in an emptiness I didn't know I had. And in that half-filled emptiness, something dormant has been disturbed. I'm not sure if I like it. I'm not sure if I want it to go away. Maybe it's okay for things to just be what they are. It's all a little too poetic to really make sense of. I push it away. Carrier finishes eating, placing the tuna down, washing it down with a big swig of coffee. I found the act quite reprehensible. I saw my taste buds. I guess she's eager to get to work. I have to go pick up a package today. It will be a few hours. The post office isn't so far away. I wonder why it would take so long. Few hours. It's at the depot at base 8. Special order. Base 8. You mean the military base? That's on the other side of town. Why would you make the trip here? Courier looks at me, a bit surprised at my perception. So, two things. First, I need some lifting help. Those boxes are a pain in the arse. I interject. I don't know if I'd be much help. I point to my skinny arms. Don't worry. You'll be plenty. I don't mind, but if it's at base, can the soldiers help you? Courier huffs. Have you ever met a soldier? I recall those military brats from the other day. I'm starting to see the angle. More trouble than it's worth, maybe. Right. So, are you up for it? I nod. Okay. Secondly, I want you to become an official employee of Alkaline. You've already been living under the guise of your own sister all this time. Well, obviously the person on that ID isn't you. But what if it was? If I work my magic right, I'll make sure that you get a proper ID and everything. And there will be no problems. I blink at Courier, not sure what to say. She can do that? She would do that for me. Why? Why would you go out of your way to help me? I don't know. Why should I replace Clara? My sister will come back one day and then then everything will be okay. Triple dots. Courier nods, closing her eyes. The way she does when she needs to think about something really hard. Oh fuck. I should not be rubbing my nose while looking microphone. Grab microphone is in the way. What if your sister doesn't come back? Something felt painful about how she phrased it. Please don't say things like that. I know she'll come back. I know she will. I just know. She never will come back. Once this all blows over, she will come back. Carrier takes a sip of her coffee, seemingly a bigger swig than usual. To give herself time to think, perhaps. Okay. Get out of the screen. God damn it. If she doesn't, I want you to have something to fall back on. Carrier is really persistent about this. I know she's just trying to be kind. It's just in case. I know it's just in case. I know she will come back. Triple dots. I feel unable to say anything useful as a response. You don't have to decide now, but please make your decision by the time we get there. Okay. I try and shake the resentment that had been building up. It's a bad habit. When would you be ready to leave? I just need to get change. Ah yeah, I'll wait outside. Carrier lifts herself out, taking the plate with the French press and our cups with her. She beat me to it. Ah, you don't have to do that. She stops smiling as she turns around. Let me at least do this. Fine. I let my agency slip away. I lift the helmet out of the box on the back of the bike and put it on. The goggles hang at my neck. Carrier, who had seemed to be walking towards her truck, turns back to me. You gonna ride that thing over? You gonna ride that thing there? I have expected her to berate me for leaving the keys in the ignition. Of course, she's not my sister. I was going to. It'll be faster if you ride with me. Oh, this thing is pretty fast. My sister had it tuned up. I'm sure it is, but it'll be trouble if you ride it into the base. They'll want to see they'll want to see documentation and all that. Good point. I want it to be an inconvenience. I put the helmet back in the box and walk with her to her truck. I try for the passage door. It took more resistance than I expected, so I flounder my first try. I guess it's been a while since I've been in a car. I climb in and sit down. The seat is a bit low, but comfortable. I can completely see her over the dashboard. Carrier gets in on the other side and looks to me. Safety first. She says, making a motion of a seatbelt being dragged across her chest. I'm not used to being in an automobile. I actually can remember the last time I was in one. My sister never had one. My family never did either. Before all of this, we just walked to get around. This is a place that relies a bit more on these things, though. I buckle up. Carrier does the same. The turn of the ignition clicks on the radio. It's playing a news broadcast. Carrier turns it off. I found the action agreeable. The sound of the engine fills the cabin. Courier pushes the gas pedal and the engine roars at us. We roll off. I can feel the weight of the truck shift as we accelerate forward. It's familiar but comfortable in a way I'm not used to. On my bike, I'm used to dealing with potholes and bumps, and the truck just glides over them. It's a lot faster too. It leaves me with a strange feeling. And what's at you for tuning up your company bike, don't worry. It's against the rules. It's been that way as long as I've been riding it. As far as I'm concerned, it's the way it should be. That was my sister's doing. And besides, I'm not an employee, right? Courier smiles, keeping her eyes on the road. For legal reasons, you're Clara Lapine today. Make sure you remember that. I'll try, but I'm not used to lying. I love you'll actually have to, but just in case. I know to signal my understanding, and the conversation drops off. We drive in silence for the rest of the way. We get stopped at the gate of the base. A guard steps out from their booth and walks up to the driver's side window. Courier hands over a piece of paper to him, and the guard looks it over. After a few moments, he gives an affirmative nod and sends us on our way. The guard and courier seem to have done this completely non-verbally. I guess for some reason, she's allowed here. He didn't even ask for Clara's ID. Actually, I don't think the guard even noticed I was there in the first place. We drive by several large buildings. They all painted the same color, and they all look similar. A little bit. Okay. I guess the Gamma Defense Force are big on beige. Beige or beige? I don't know how to read it. We drive in a bit further in and stop at a building. There's military trucks parked outside and some regular ones. A few people are milling around. I guess this is the depot. Courier parks the truck and turns the engine off. What are we picking up anyway? It's nothing special. We're replacing some of the exchange units in the basement. Those boxes you were poking around in the other day? Courier nods. What's wrong with them? Well, there's some incremental improvements. And I think more than anything else it's that they're old. What do you mean? The model's out of fabrication. Hard to find parts for them, so it's easier to just replace them when they give out. I nod silently. I guess that makes sense. My sister fixed a tear in my dress once. There's a little patch over it now. I guess it's not the same for a machine. The units are special order, so the post office won't deliver them. That's why we're here to pick them up. Alkaline must work pretty close with the military these days, huh? It's a good business relationship. The amount of money the military spends on long distance flights is unfathomable. I guess the calls I've heard recently confirms that. Yeah. That business relationship allows me to pull some strings too. So it's a win-win. Anyway, let's get to work. I nod and follow her out. Almost immediately, I feel eyes on me from the soldiers nearby. I guess they're not used to seeing civilians here. I guess I'm not used to seeing them here either. It feels like this whole area appeared out of nowhere. There was just a train station here before, and now a whole base has sprung up around it. You just have to make friends. The soldiers are in standard grey uniform, but not armed. Some of them are smoking cigarettes, and some are talking to each other. Some are just staring at me, and it's weird. It makes me want to shout something. But I'm being Clara today. I stay close to Courier, who seems unfazed by the attention. She walks with purpose inside the building, and I follow. Inside, there's a very large room. It goes so deep that it's hard for me to make sense of. That's already lobby. There's a conglomeration of boxes and crates on tall shelves. Rows upon rows of them. Some boxes are wrapped in tarp, and some are open, maybe pending an inspection. There's a crew of people driving forklifts around, and a few people on foot with clipboards and the like. They're all wearing the same grey uniform. It's elaborate. I never seen anything quite like it. In front of the shelves is an area dedicated to reception. A huge empty foyer. Concrete. Empty. Save for a secretary sitting at a mahogany desk in the middle of the room. She's notably more well dressed than everyone else, wearing a skirt and blouse with her hair done up in a bun. She's wearing glasses too. Spitting image of a secretary, really. She's clacking away at some sort of machine, unfamiliar to me. A typewriter, I think. She's focused on her work. Courier walks up to the desk and she stops typing. The secretary looks up at Courier and then to me, giving me some sort of indiscernible look. I do my signature move, avoid eye contact. I have a manifest for shipment. The secretary saying nothing makes a hand motion like gimme. Courier extends a paper in response, and the secretary takes it quickly, pushing up her glasses to review it. Alkaline, huh? Her voice is aged and raspy. Sounds like how cigarettes smell. Notably uncharacteristic considering her young looks. The human clacks away at the typewriter for a while, and we stand there restlessly. Who's the missus? She says without looking up from the machine. I immediately feel my face flush. Now we don't get in trouble for this. She's my assistant. First day on the job. I guess you'd call that a technically correct statement. Bad time to start, don't you think? I'll look after her. I wanted to hear it from her. The woman stops typing, looking straight at me. She seems to have taken some sort of attitude towards me. I hide behind Courier. Oi, you! Courier gives me a shove away from her. Mean. You call out for this kind of work? Triple dots. Is everyone in the military like this? That kind of anime face, I guess. I forgot what it's called. If I were you, I would quit. Move far down south. Lead down to the coast and live a quiet life. And for the love of God, don't have kids. Well, it's a granny, alright. Two types of granny. What? I look to Courier for escape. Courier looks to me sternly. I guess she wants me to come up with a convincing lie. Triple dots. Move far down south. Flee down to the coast. She's with the military, right? Isn't she here to protect our country? Why would she tell me to run away? I've been running away for so long. I don't want to run away anymore. I just want to spend more time like this. I don't want to run away. This is my home. I don't have anywhere else to be. I say what I know to be true. I don't know what else to say. The secretary looks at me and then back to Courier. I can't tell what she's thinking. She sighs, seeming somewhat defeated. She presses a button on the typewriter and it makes a loud ding. A small parchment comes out of the top of the machine. She tears it up and hands it to Courier. I'll have my guys on it. You two can wait in the break room. 30 minutes stops. I guess we got let off easy. The office lady waves her fingers toward two sad-looking folding chairs, not far from where her desk is. I guess that's the break room. Courier says nothing and turns around. She seems to not be headed for the break room. We walk out of the building, following a dirt road on the side of the building. And while I'm not sure of where we're going, I follow her anyway. I look at Courier, who seems to be in deep thought. She's not looking at me, but she's not looking at anything else either. I've never seen her make a face like that. Did you make up your mind yet, Anna? What? About the job? Will you take it? Triple dots? I think I know what I want to do. I guess I'll just keep doing as I have. Continue to work for Alkaline. Officially or not. I want to be there when Clara comes home. Triple dots. Yeah, I figured. You're like that. Like what? You persist, Anna. Even when you have no right to. Triple dots. And that's why you'll do this. That's why you're walking in this direction. That's why you haven't turned around yet. She seems to act like she's known me for a long time. You'll do this and you'll do it well. Triple dots. What do you really know about me, Courier? You're just here to do your job. I'm here to do mine. Is it any more complicated than that? Continue walking in silence, the density of soldier around us increasing as we go. It gets noisy and cramped. I hear shouting and the sound of metal clanging against the metal. Engines ripping. We're eventually swallowed up in the sea of people. She takes my hand. I can see above anyone. I just see grey uniforms and boots. I guess at this point, we're somewhere in the middle of the base. Courier holds my hand tightly and I hold hers back. I don't know where we're going, but I trust her direction. Suddenly someone grabs Courier by the shoulder. I can't see. I hear a voice, but I can't make out what it's saying. I hear Courier say something back, but I can't make that out either. I can feel her hand being pulled away from mine. I try to hold on, but I can't. I'm alone in the crowd. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. I can't feel anything. I feel panic rising in my chest. I do the only thing I can think of. I try to push my way through the crowd, in the direction that Courier disappeared to. For some reason, I worried that I look silly doing this. Eventually the crowd clears out, and I find myself in a plaza surrounded by tents. There's a few people around, but they all seem to be going around their own business and not paying me any mind. I see Courier standing some ways away with someone. They seem to be wearing a similar uniform to her. The guy is making a lot of hand motions. I can't tell what he's saying, but it definitely looks like trouble. Courier looks at me as if trying to signal something. I don't know what she's trying to say. I move closer and I start being able to make out the conversation. What's the situation? One of our transformers blew out. We need to get it fixed ASAP. We're running on backup power, but it's not going to last long. We need to bridge the gap until a new one can be installed, but none of our guys know how to do it. I'm really happy you happen to be here. Your timing is impeccable as always. Superior grabs Courier by the shoulder and pulls her with him. I start to follow the two, but the guy stops me. He seems a little shocked. Don't trouble yourself, General. We have this fixed in no time. I stop in my tracks. General? What is he talking about? Rest assured, sir. No need for concern. It's a quick fix. Courier speaks to me in a robotic tone, as if she's never met me before. I guess she wants me to play along. I'll just wait here then. The superior seems confused with my response, but doesn't seem to have time to question it. He turns around and walks off with Courier. I watch them disappear into a building. I left alone in the plaza with nothing to do but wait. Triple nuts? Alone. I look around. At the center of the plaza is a big statue, which seems to have been constructed somewhat haphazardly. It's a monument of what I presume to be a war hero. I don't know who, though. History was never something I was very interested in. I sit down on the base of the statue, twiddling my thumbs. A few minutes pass and I wobble side to side anxiously. I hope Courier comes back to save me soon. A group of soldiers emerge from down a path, and I hide my body behind the statue. I hear them talking and I peek around the statue to see what they're doing. They're all wearing standard issue uniform, but they're armed. They're carrying rifles and they are all wearing helmets. Is this some sort of exercise? I watch them walk past me and I sigh in relief. I guess I'm safe. I really don't want to be seen by anyone else. I should probably try and find a better hiding spot. I get up and start walking off in the direction that seems least precarious. One that still has a good view of the building that Courier went into. In honesty, it's more of a random direction. I walk for a few minutes. I learn a couple of things. One, a military base is a terrible place to hide. There's no cover and there's people everywhere. You've gotta get sussed out immediately if you try to hide on a military base. 2. It's big. I have no idea where I've ended up. I found myself in some sort of tent city. I sit down on a crate, trying to look aloof like those soldiers did on their break. I get kind of into it, and I start to daydream about being a soldier. I imagine myself in a uniform with a rifle and helmet. I imagine myself being a hero and saving the day. The bubble pops when I hear a voice call out. You! The haze of my new life as soldier is taken away, and in its place is a rifle pointed toward me. What are you doing here? There better be a damn good reason. Those two. Triple dots. Cat got your tongue? You're acting super suspicious, you know that? Super duper suspicious. You a spy or something? I can't think of a better explanation. They push up at me with their rifles, a little more with each exchange, making me almost fall off the crate. They seem somewhat out of sync in their routine of questioning me. It is a terrible place to run into them. I was sent here. Both of the girls raise their eyebrows at this. I'm here with an Alkaline Corp service representative. She's getting a part of me. She's getting a part for me. I point toward Alkaline building in the distance. It's not really a lie. Huh. You with the phone company? He seems to take an accusatory tone. I am. The one girl stops pointing her gun at me, even going so far as to put it on her shoulder. I guess I'm not a threat. Well, I can see why they didn't choose you. What did they? The other laughs under her breath. I know that uniform. You're one of the hello girls. Title drop with an S. Even more naive than I thought. That's good for you. You keep up the good work. Well, you can run off and keep doing whatever, sitting down and pressing buttons. We'll just be here, you know, keeping the country ours. I noticed something strange about one of them. Can I ask, what happened to your helmet? Triple dots. I seem to have caught them off guard with that. That's none of your freaking business. We take turns wearing it. Don't tell her that. She grabs the other's arm and starts to tug her in a direction. Come on, we're out of here. Screw this loser. They make their way towards the plaza, while occasionally giving me dirty glances over their shoulders. I feel that I've blown my cover a little, so I start walking off in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a group of tall men in green uniforms emerge out from a building in front of me. Fuck. Oh shit. Well, never mind that. They're all wearing a lot of medals and are speaking loudly to each other. One of the men steps out to me quickly. He calls out to me, speaking in a deep voice. So there you are. We've been looking all over for you. Question mark? If I knew we were looking for a woman, I would have told the girls to look a bit closer to the ground. He cracks a smirk at me. The rest of the group heartily laugh in a very unpleasant manner. I'm not sure if I should run or play along. Come on, we're about to begin. He grabs me by my shoulder. He grabs me by the shoulder, taking me along to the greater group. We pass by the twins, their mouths hanging open in pure shock. But that's not. We disappear into the tent and everyone sits down at the table. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing, so I just follow along and take a seat as well. Everyone opens up their briefcases and pulls out a bunch of papers and folders. On my left is a big burly guy. He lights a cigar and starts to read through stack of papers. They're all stamped with red ink that says classified. The one on my right rolls out, out on a array of Polaroids. I can't really tell for sure what I'm looking at. It looks like a bunch of flesh. Nothing looks right about it at all. I really am not supposed to be here. A man takes the stand, moving in front of a big whiteboard. He's wearing a very fancy uniform and has a lot of medals on his chest. He opens his mouth. Alright everyone, let's get started. General, it's good to have you here. I'm Colonel Harris of the 3rd Signals Intelligence Brigade. I apologize that we couldn't have this conversation over the phone, but some things are too important to risk enemy interception. We've had some engagements in the last few days that suggest they've managed to decode our comms. He's talking to me? What is he talking about? Why do they keep calling me General? Who do they think I am? It's not certain that any calls beyond some frontline combat units have been compromised, and it's quite unlikely our main command channels are at risk. But the rate at which their efforts are progressing is a little concerning. As a result, we've decided all briefings containing information about target Rabbit Zeros will be strictly in person for the time being. We appreciate you taking the time to fly out here. Did you say the enemy is tapping our phones? I feel more confused and uneasy with each passing moment. I don't think I should be here. I begin to worry what will happen when they find out who I really am. What should I say? Of course. Let's proceed. We intercepted some enemy transmissions that seem to mention increased scouting focus towards the northern provinces. At present, we have reason to believe the target is, or at least has been, physically present in that region in the last few months. It is unknown whether the enemy's information is accurate, but hang on, I didn't mean to press it. But we've aerially confirmed increased enemy troop movement towards the sector as recently as 18 hours ago. It's not believed that they commit such troop while into a deception campaign, so they must be onto something. The colonel pauses and seems to expect me to say something. Maybe I look as nervous as I feel inside. He narrows his eyes a little. My throat is bone dry. I can't speak or even think. I'm not supposed to be here. You say in the news that spies get executed, but I'm not a spy. This is just a mistake. Surely they understand. Suddenly we're interrupted by a shout from just outside, and I hear someone enter the tent behind me. Colonel, my apologies. We need a general out here right now. Excuse me. This is a classified briefing. I'm sorry, but this is urgent. I require the general's attention for just a moment. Before anyone can say anything else, Courier escorts me out of the tent, moving with an urgency I've never seen from her. She zips toward the crowd, nearly dragging me behind her. We dive into the mess of soldiers, I again can do nothing but hang on and trust that she knows where to go. Her grip on my hand is much tighter than before. Eventually I see Courier's truck, loaded with what must be the parts that we had come for. Climb in without speaking, and she steers towards the exit. We arrive at the gate, where the courier silently hands the guard some sort of receipt. I sit as quietly as possible, trying to will myself out of existence. The guard walks back towards the bed of the truck and briefly looks over our cargo. After a moment, he hands receipt back to courier, letting us go with a nod. As we finally make it outside the base's perimeter, I let out a slow, deep exhale. I hadn't realized I was holding my breath. Courier turns onto the dirt road that runs out of the base, and we drive wordlessly towards town. There's a light breeze today, and the planes shimmer in the glow of the afternoon sun. Normally I love this sort of view, but today I can't bring myself to enjoy the scene. Carrie had been periodically glancing to the rear view mirror. She seems inordinately tense. I wonder if she's worried about being followed. After a few minutes, Courier finally breaks the silence. Ana, what did you do? I don't know why she took so long to ask me that. I'm caught completely off guard. I tried to remember what the meeting was about. The words had barely registered. It's a mess. It all happened so fast. I didn't really understand. He said the enemy's tapping our phone lines, I think. He mentioned something called Rabbit Zero. Apparently it was too important to talk about on the phone. They went on for a while about scouting, and then he showed up. Multi-dots. Carrier's usually stoic expressions has shifted to one of worry. Frick. Do you know anything about that stuff? No. I do know that you absolutely were not supposed to hear any of that. We could lose our jobs over this, or worse. Her voice has taken on a shaky tone. This is bad. Maybe really bad. Carrier looks in the rear view mirror again. We have to lay low for a while. Carrier rubs her temples with one hand, keeping the other on the steering wheel. How did you even end up there? After you left, I was just, I don't know, trying to stay out of the way, I guess. I ran into these military brats, and then those officers showed up out of nowhere. Before I even knew what was happening, they took me into that tent. I think they mistook me for someone else. Maybe you look like someone who's in charge there. Your sister isn't some kind of official or anything, right? I shake my head. My sister couldn't be in charge of anything like that. No way. Courier groans. I can't make sense of this. Courier looks behind her at the loaded bed of the truck. Can't believe those soldiers actually helped us load this stuff off. I hope they got everything right. I'm not even sure if I can go back there. They might think I was working with you or something. You're working with me though. Right, but not like that. If someone recognizes you as the girl that crashed their top secret meeting, and I was the one who pulled you out of it, triple dots. I'm beginning to get the picture. You said you see girls from the military around town? Don't talk to them anymore. If they ask you anything, just say you don't know anything. I really don't think those goofballs will be able to get anything out of me, but I not anyway. If they ask you about me, say you don't know me. If they ask you about the meeting, say you don't know anything about it. You don't even know what a meeting is. Got it? You're just a dumb kid who doesn't know anything. She lets out a deep exhale, and the worry on her face melts a little. I'm sorry, Anna. This is all my fault. I wasn't thinking straight when I brought you along. I should have known that you'd curl your tails up. Curl your tails up, and I can see her expression shift as if discarding the thought. For a few moments, we drive in silence. I didn't have time to look into that idea yet. Now I'm not sure if it's a good idea. That's our ace here. They don't know who you are. As far as they know, you're nameless and faceless. That's good. You don't even work for Alkaline. Yes, we have to keep it that way. Maybe in a few days they'll just have forgotten about this. Courier smiles wryly. If they really did think you're a general and you had run off and never returned, I don't know. Once they realize you weren't who they thought you were, I doubt they forget about it. They might be looking for you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to scare you. Things will be fine. I'm sure of it. I want to believe that things will just work out. Somehow they always have up until now. And I can shake the feeling that this time is different. The rest of the car ride passes quietly under the setting sun, but now the quiet is more tight instead of tense. The events of the day have taken their toll on both of us. When we get home, it's nearly dark. I recently shuffled around the bed, trying but failing to get comfortable. Courier insisted on staying the night, worried that something might happen if she didn't. It's nice to have her company. Though now that the nights settle into silence, the anxiety about the day has begun to creep back in. I think about the weird things I heard. What could happen if the enemy is really tapping our bones? And what is Rabbit Zero? Those pictures were really scary. I try to shake the bad thoughts away like they're insects. Maybe counting sheep would be more worthwhile. I envision sheep jumping over a barn fence, small and fluffy. 1, 2, 3. I'm in a cage. Something doesn't feel right about my skin. It stings, like being stung by a million wasps at once. The room is bright and it's hard to keep my eyes open. Tenderness throughout. A deep, gravelly voice. Skin like tree bark. A face like a dog. Of course it can be corrected, but cooperation is critical. Needles are pushed into every little spot of my body. Somehow it doesn't hurt. It feels natural, like breathing. I ruminate on the sensations throughout my body. I notice my blood feels wrong. It's tingling, a sensation I've never felt before. I can't tell if it hurts or if it feels good. Oh, a new sensation, like falling through a trapdoor. My body tensing up as it sinks. Rainbows across my vision. Unexplainably terrifying. Types of things you couldn't possibly imagine on purpose. Impossible shapes. The only intelligible part is the terror that emanates from them. Pastry. Okay, intermission again. Maybe the last note. Sure, the game is only like 2 to 3 hours long. As far according to the game page. I set the teacups down on the table. Courier looks up and smiles, appreciating the gesture. My After what happened yesterday, I feel it's right to treat ourselves a little today. I get up to search the cupboard for the jar of sugar. Sugar for your tea? Ah, you don't have to waste something so nice on me. It's no trouble at all. Thank you. You sit and enjoy our tea and oatmeal. Seems like a good night rest has put us to ease after what's happened yesterday. Carrier's here today for another day of maintenance. With that part we picked up yesterday, she should be able to make a lot more progress. I try to think about how I'm gonna occupy my time. It's been a while since I haven't had to worry about work. And I don't think I should try to get in Carrier's way if she doesn't need me today. Maybe this will be a good time to get back to those books Clara left me. Another day of arduous work for Carrier. So today it all seemed to go smoothly and without incident. Carrier pulls her tractor shut and starts the engine, the sound cutting through the crickets. For a few moments, the truck begins to rumble away into the night. I consider waving goodbye this time around, but by the time I decide, it's too late. Oh well. In the dark, quiet of the switchboard room, I shiver a little bit from the cold draft let in. Strange. I thought I closed the door. A footstep from behind me. A long blade at my neck. Time seems to stop at this moment. In this moment, the shape is cold and furry. You move, you're dead. Completely frozen in place, my arms stay firmly to my sides, with my hands outward. I catch a whiff of sweat and blood, but no, it's not mine. Triple dots. I try to say something, anything, but nothing comes out. My hands begin to shake as my mind races to a million different conclusions. Got it. A voice I don't recognize. High and withdrawn. Yes. Finally manage a word. The pale hands in front of me tighten their grip, sending chills down my spine. What did they tell you yesterday? What? In the tent. The barracks. What did the generals tell you? My breathing becomes shakier as my confusion grows. I don't. They just... Suddenly words lose all their meaning. Absent wordless things. Stop freaking around. The left arm of the bladed girl wrenches on my shoulder, pulling it back, forcing me to find my balance. The flat of the blade dances along my skin through the struggle, sending shockwaves throughout my nerves. My eyes dart back and forth in a panic, looking for any semblance of a meaning behind all this. I don't know. You better give me something right now. What does she want from me? I think I know this might be the girl though. I've never done anything to hurt anyone else. My face begins to flood with warmth and pressure, tears making their way to surface. I don't deserve to die here. Please. Through my stammering and sobbing, my voice just barely makes it through. There's a post from the bladed girl. Rank and position. Dots. What? I gasp for air. I feel almost as if I've just narrowly avoided drowning. Colonel, we managed to avoid drowning. Silence with only sound of tears tapping the floor. I noticed the gray uniform of the girl. Military. I'm not military. In one zip action, the girl moves the blade away from my neck and shoves me to the floor. After wiping my face in my sleeve, I take a look up at her. It's the quiet girl from the patrol I ran into the other day. She's bloodied from head to toe, her uniform completely tattered. She seats her knife with a look of scorn on her face. The look slowly turns to one surprise and slight concern. She looks around as if to see if anyone was watching. And of course, I leave alone. I cough up some tears I choke down, while cursing myself for not locking my door. Think about your next words wisely. Are you or you're not with the gamut military? No, I'm just a telephone operator for Alkaline. Her eyes widen. If that's true, then why were you in that tent yesterday? I don't know, they dragged me over there. She looks puzzled. I think they thought I was someone else. What did they tell you? I can't remember. It was a lot. Letters and numbers and names. She lowers her head and scratches her neck. I have a feeling this isn't at all what she planned for. Frick. I gather myself and stand back up. My presence seems to lessen now that I'm at eye level with her. While I feel I should be more scared at this moment, I feel surprisingly intact. On the other hand, she looks entirely lost. Hopefully this is all just a misunderstanding. She paces around the room for a minute and then looks down at her hands. They're covered in dried blood. Someone else's, I assume. A whole mix of emotions seems to be running through her. I can see her thoughts racing as she paces around. Looking up and down at the room at the switchboards at me. I get a good look at her face. Her long blue hair is covering one of her eyes, which seems to be dripping blood. Can you tell me what's going on? She stops at her pacing and looks at me. I feel like I tick her off. She opens her mouth as if trying to muster up some words to throw at me, but then says nothing. Her fists clench and then unclench in retreat. I'm dead. Question mark. I'm a dead man. You're going to find me and then they're going to kill me. You wanted to know what's going on. She grits her teeth and then kicks over a box of foodstuffs, then sits on the floor. She covers her face in her hands and groans some swear words. I step closer to her. Are you okay? You look pretty hurt. You're bleeding a lot. The girl stops. She touches her eye and looks down at the blood on her hands. Before I could say anything else, she suddenly gets to her feet and runs out of the door. It wasn't easy to sleep after what happened. I get a chill thinking about the look I saw in that girl's eyes. I can only imagine what she went through for her to do what she did to me. I feel I should be angrier at her for it, but the feeling just doesn't come. If anything, get away from my screen. Get away from my. Get out. Yeah, get away. If anything, I feel more helpless. Again. I wonder what Clara would have done. Get away. Either way, she's gone now. She only left droplets of blood left on the floor. If they weren't there, I might have doubted that the whole thing had happened in the first place. That girl, she seemed haunted by something. I'm just hoping that that's the last I see of her. I close my eyes thinking about what I should even do next. Would the police help? I never had to call the police before. Once the line's open, I'll try to see if they'll help. I roll over lethargic. I yawn and a stretch. I'm not sure what time it is, but it's somehow still dark outside. I don't know if I can get any more sleep. I get up and dress. Triple dots. It's too early to call the police. I guess I'll go for a walk. I start walking down the road towards the town. The sun is just starting to rise. It's strange. I can't feel the sun's warmth. Come to think of it, I can't feel anything else either. The post office. I wonder if Maillard is in yet. The door seems to be open. Nobody is here. Not even Maillard. I even make the point to check under the desk, where she could normally be found slacking off. Maybe I can just. I reach over the counter and kick off with my feet. I squeeze my way through the till and into the back room, and I land on my feet. Of course, she's not here. It's too early. She's probably still at home, getting her beauty sleep. I don't know why I'm not doing the same. I don't even know why I'm here. I don't know what I expected to find here. I was just trying to go on a walk. Right now, I really just would like to talk to someone. Anyone would do. I just don't want to be alone right now. The phone. I didn't know there was a phone here. I probably shouldn't pick it up. I would get in trouble. But maybe it's important. Maybe Maillard is calling in sick. I don't know. This phone call might be for me. I pick up the receiver. Hello? Triple dots. Triple dots. Hello? Triple dots. If you're not going to say something, I'll just hang up. Triple dots. There's nothing in this universe that is scarier than change. We must be the start that we must be seen. It is something I never asked for. If I could have instead been alone all of this time, if I could have been born into a world where I was the only one, then there wouldn't have been any problems. There wouldn't have been any pain. If I never looked on the TV, I would have never had desire to be something great. But that's impossible. You can go your life without meeting anyone. The fact that you were convinced in the first place was a feat of two people's connection. Their dirty, disgusting love. By being in the proximity of others, they hold the power to use you. All your mother wanted was your happiness. All your father wanted was your success. All your friends wanted was your company. All your teachers wanted was your obedience. All your boss wanted was your labor. All your lover wanted was your affection. It's double, isn't it? You're just a puppet to them. A doll that can be squeezed for their happiness. Most don't even realize that they're excising it on you. And you didn't even realize it either. Are you okay with that? Everything moves by itself. Nobody is in control of anything. This is the true nature of this world. That's why everything must be destroyed. People nuts. I never wanted to be changed. But yet, I still feel to the same curse as everyone else. The one where you want to be loved. To want to be desired. To allow yourself to change. I never took any wrong steps. But everything still ended up all wrong. Clearly, this was the only path I could have taken. I never wanted to hurt anyone, but I still ended up hurting so many people. How do you account for this? Is wanting to be loved that is something not permitted for me? Is it a curse to want to be desired by people? Is it a curse that I have to play this wicked role? Or for just a fleeting chance of being seen? Do the rules dictate that I must be a monster? Triple dots. Triple dots. I think you may have the wrong number. I don't know who you are, but I don't think I'm the person you're looking for. Triple dots. But if you really want my opinion, I think being loved isn't something so complicated. You don't understand me at all. And another intermission. I rub my eyes open. I'm back in my room. It's light out now. What a strange dream. I sit up, then I see it. Sitting in the corner, hugging her knees, bayonet in one hand. That same girl. I scream and backpedal toward the wall of my bed. What? What? What is she doing here? She keeps her eyes strained on me. I'm faced by my reaction. You! With a complete loss for thoughts, the word comes out of my mouth automatically. Her eyes study me all over, but she doesn't move an inch. The look on her face is one of quiet, calculated concentration. We stare at each other for a while. The panic begins to fade the more I look at her. It was hard to see last night, but I realized now that she's only about my size. Maybe a little bit smaller. I still wonder what she's here for. Why are you here? She breaks her gaze and adjusts her grip on the bayonet, keeping an eye on me. I just don't understand. I already said I don't know anything. That's fine. But see, there's a problem. The thing is that you've seen me. Question mark? I really don't understand. She sits up and adjusts the large bandage that now covers her eye. She then sheaths her bayonet and walks out of my room. This isn't still a dream, right? Not feeling immediately threatened by her anymore, I get out of bed and start to change. Halfway through putting my dress on, I hear stomping in the other room. The bandage girl sprints back into my room and puts her back against the wall next to the doorway. She's in a full sweat, clearly panicking. You have to get rid of them. Even more confusion. Though I think it's probably just courier arriving. The bandage girl stumbles over to me and suddenly puts her hands on my shoulders. You have to figure this out. Have to get them to leave. I hear the sound of the front door opening and the sound of heavy footsteps. Ana! My underage girl clenches her teeth, then looks around at my room. She makes a dash for the closet but trips on the clothes on the floor. Her head collides with the wall. Then she crumbles into a ball on the floor. She lays there with her hands on her head, groaning in pain. Ana? I saw blood on the floor. Are you okay? Courier stops as soon as her head pokes into my room. A long silence is shared. A rooster crows in the distance. Bad-aged girl shakily looks up at Courier, making a surprised face. Huh. You're not. She goes and puts her hands back on her head. Who is that? No one. Nada just stands up and starts to make her way out of the room, with her head down. Wait a second. She stops in her tracks and slowly looks up at Courier. Courier makes a face once she sees the bandages on the soldier's face. What's going on here? You ran away from the military? It's not something I can exactly hide anymore. She nervously laughs. They'll hang me for this. Of course they will. You're a deserter. A traitor to the great effort. And it's not our problem. Well, see, it kinda is. If you turn me in, I'll just tell them that you were hiding me. It'll be a fun story. For several days you let a deserter stay in your home, and not once did you report it. Maybe you were even planning to help me escape. That also carries a death penalty. Courier and I look at each other in disbelief. Some traitors you are. You're just bad as I am. You're just as bad as I am. That can't be. Think about it this way. She puts one hand over her eye bandages and points at us with the other. You two are the chosen ones. Triple dots. What? This war is a sham, a complete farce, manufactured to keep us from finding the truth. The bastards in charge will keep you both working until the day you die. And for something you don't even know shite about. What on earth is she going on about? Don't you want to know why they're not telling you anything? We're supporting the Eastern Alliance to stop the northern provinces from invading. Yeah, but ever thought about why the NP would try to attack us for no reason? People nuts. Like I told you, it's all freaking fake. You need to wake up. This girl is completely insane. You need to go. Carrier starts to walk toward bandages in an attempt to shoo her away. Oh, of course. The tool of the state trying to silence me. Carrier stops in place. What did you just call me? The only tool here is you coward. Coward? Everyone who works for Alkaline only serves to fuel the death machine. You're both too shallow to understand that. I'm not just making it up. Ever since I left, I Haven't had any of the nightmares. Nightmares? Wait. What do you mean by nightmares? The nightmares, you know. Now, as I heard, that only happen if you're chosen. She couldn't mean. You need serious help. The comment only seems to bounce off of the girl. And you need a wake-up call. Did you hit your head? Carrier gestures toward the girl said. Yes, but that's not what's important here. I think there might be a part 2 for this. I will just probably going to take a break. That's not what's important here. Something brought us all together here. Us all together here. There's a divine fate that we all share. She's making all sorts of weird gestures with her hands as she talks. And if you were able to understand just a tenth of what I know, you would all agree with me. Courier glares at her, clearly sick of her. Alright, smarty pants, what do you know? Ahem. The northern provinces have something extremely valuable. I spent weeks gathering intel on it. They plan to use it as a weapon. They're calling it Rabbit Zero. Or rather, her. I've heard that name before. Rabbit Zero. They mentioned that in the tent. Wait, suddenly now the name? You know, suddenly scrambles her waist toward me, putting her face up against mine, our noses almost touching. So you do remember. What did they say? What else did they tell you? I didn't understand any of it. It felt like a bad dream. Are you sure? Please, anything. It's not coming to mind. I'm not a military official or anything. I'm just some girl. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Manager slumps over, visibly disappointed. I think they should have not revealed the name yet. I'm not sure about that. It says Yuno. So we know their name now. Manager slumps over, visibly disappointed. I have come so far. Too far. I refuse to let this be the end. He starts to reach behind her. Alright, that's enough. Carrier reaches over and grabs bandages by her ears. Oh. Let go of me, you freak. Carrier drags her off her feet and throws her into the bedroom. There's a loud thud. Carrier comes back out and closes the door behind her. She puts her back to the door and prevents it from opening. Bandaged girl jiggles the doorknob a few times, then pounds on the door. I can't do this. Anna, get me that chair over there. I drag it over to her. She wedges it under the doorknob. Little shite. He pounds on the door again. This is wrong. Carrier and I look at each other. She has a look of total exhaustion, even though the day has only started. You're gonna need a stronger prison to hold back my power. Nobody can contain you. Inoja Moonbeam. Triple dots. Okay, guys, please. I promise I won't hurt you. I'm sorry. Triple dots. You're lucky I'm showing you mercy by not breaking your stuff. Is that really your name? Huh? What? Inosha Moonbeam. How did you know that? No, it's not. Can we just call her something else? Bandages. I don't think she deserves a cute name like that. You know. Faint murmurs coming from the bedroom. You can just call me Yuno. How about we call you whenever we want, you little brat? Alright. Intermission. Wow, we're already at 3 hours and 41 minutes. I think we're still very close though. Sadly, this might be the longer one. Throughout the day, we continued to hear a few bumps coming from behind the bedroom door. Though eventually they quieted. Miraculously, Courier has managed to work another full day. I really applaud her work ethic and for dealing with that weird girl. She said the upgrades were virtually finished, just that there were some tests and formalities to take care of. Courier emerges from the basement and covered in dirt and dust. She dusts herself off and wipes the sweat off her forehead. Okay, we might be finished here. I slowly close my book, the idea of working again swirling around my head. I'm wondering what my job looks like now, with the new upgrades. Courier walks over to the switchboard desk, where a new machine now sits. She's told me before that it's a teletypewriter, a machine that transmits written messages. She sits in the seat and starts fiddling with some of its buttons. Shuffling from behind the door. I had almost forgotten that Yuno was left in there. Yuno, are you okay? Can I tell you a story? Courier stops what she's doing and turns toward the door. I was only in the Gamma Infantry for about half a year. Well, about a month ago, there was an all-hands-on-deck situation on the border to the northern provinces. We knew this meant combat of some sort, but none of us would have expected what happened. There was a build-up of NP troops along our border. With how cautious their behavior had been in the months before, no one was expecting combat on our land so soon. A lot of the infantry was split into smaller units to hold specific points along the border. These units all had set up their own camps, and my unit was the most remote one of them all. The nearest other unit was 30 miles away. Triple dots. Because I was the newest recruit, I was in charge of patrolling the perimeter of the camp overnight. Talk about punching down, huh? And despite trying to do my best at the assignment, it wasn't enough. While my unit slept, an enemy covert unit from the NP had infiltrated their tents during the night and held the unit at gunpoint. They trotted them out to a field and stripped them of their gear, and then they began to execute them, one by one, slowly. I watched from a distance. I couldn't make a sound. Normally, most stations follow international conventions that state that medics are not to be targeted during combat. But the NP doesn't follow these guidelines at all. The medics were executed as well. I was the only survivor of the unit. Triple nuts. After this happened, nothing felt real anymore. I couldn't sleep for what felt like days, and when I could, I found that the nightmares I was already having worsened. I could not stop thinking about those poor medic girls and their families. I think it was understood that I was no good on the front lines anymore, and so I was reassigned to patrolling smaller towns. On occasion, I had duties at the base. I used the opportunity to find as much information as I could on the war. I wanted to find some sort of reason for this cruelty, why and how people could do this to each other. Triple nuts. I'm not sure why I'm even telling you this right now. You two have nothing to do with any of this. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. The medics were executed. The medics were executed. The medics were executed. The words repeated in my head over and over. Breathing is difficult. Seeing is difficult. Thinking is difficult. I'm shaking, trying my hardest to not heave. Clara, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me that medics were in this much danger? You're coming back, right? Coming back, right? Thank God. Please come back. I wish you'd never left. The medics were executed. She didn't mean you, right? There are hundreds, thousands of medics out there. But the tears happen automatically. Uncontrollable. Countless. Why? I never knew that this was possible. I knew that you might not come back. But why did I just assume you would? The medics were executed. It hurts. Clara. Ana. Courier looks at me with concern. I feel too ashamed to even look her in the face, so I turn my back at her. Turn my back to her. There's no reason why she should be seeing me like this. Ana, are you okay? No, I'm not. I... The words are stuck in my throat. Ana. I'm sure it wasn't Clara. There's more shuffling from behind the bedroom door. I shouldn't have said anything. Ana, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people just like Clara, who are all going to come home safely. The words hardly mean anything to me. Did you not know? Is this how she wanted to tell me? I spin 100 conspiracies in my head, all of them telling me that Clara is gone. Help. Someone. Anyone. Courier puts her hand on my shoulder. The touch makes me jump. Courier lifts her hand away. Sorry. I should probably get back to it. She sits back down at the console, waiting a few moments before continuing her work. I lay down on the cold floor. Tears make little pools on top of my closed eyelids. Clara, I'm scared. What is it I'm supposed to do? Whenever it get like this, you always just stop me on the head and say, "Don't think about it too hard." And then suddenly it all makes sense. Clara, are you doing okay? Are you having your favorite tea? Are they treating you right? I'm sure that your efforts are helping, and that will turn the tides. But please write me back. I know which direction is the right one. Triple nuts. Imagine the look on your face when you get my letters. I remember you always told me that I have the silliest little smile. I never told you that yours looks exactly the same. I start to hear Courier's voice from across the room. Station 45 East. Telephone exchange, Station 45 East. The sound of her voice stops my cascading thoughts. The framing installation of AW1054 multiplexer. Do you read? Please send test transmission. There's a satisfying timbre to our voice, like putting together a puzzle. Please. Courier takes a deep breath, takes the headset up, and then stands up and paces around the room slowly. She looks out of the window, removing her cap and running her hand through her hair. She gives me an occasional glance throughout her paces. She doesn't have to worry about me. I'll be fine. She sits back down at the console. Transmission received. Station 45 East. Please send test telegram. A machine whirs loudly, metallic pings cutting through the silence of the room. A thin slip of paper with words stamped onto it comes out from the teletypewriter. Courier doesn't seem to react. She stares at the paper. Normally it'd be amusing to see something new like this, but I can only think about how Clara would have thought about it. Would have. My stomach drops after thinking about that word. Would. I wonder how many would haves you had in mind. What would we have done the past week if you were here? It could have been a fun vacation for the two of us. Station 45. Telegram received. Stand by. I hear her unplug from the monitor. She hastily dials another number and then plugs back in. She starts to bite her fingernails. Maybe she's rushing through this to get home sooner. I probably do the same. It's me, Courier. Yes. Yes, certainly. Tonight? A conversation with HQ. That hotel is, but She sighs. I'm not sure if it's out of precision or something else. Understood. Thank you. Goodbye. She stops. Looking out the crack in the ceiling. There's a look in her eyes I've never seen before. Actually, one last thing. Starting immediately, I'm resigning from my position at Alkaline. It was a pleasure working with you all. Goodbye. She takes the headset off, almost throwing it, then leans over the desk. Her face buried in her hands. I usually get to my feet, trying to steady my shaky legs. Courier. Before I could say anything else, she rushes away from the switchboard. And wrap her arms around me. She pulled that. She's so warm. Although this is the first time I've ever been this close to her. Somehow it doesn't feel strange at all. It's like she'd been there all my life. She pulled that. I put my arms around her back. Still shaky. Feels like the right thing to do. I smell the dust and chemicals that stained her coveralls. The marks of a hard worker. I bury my head in her chest a bit more. The sound of her heartbeat. Something about that steady rhythm calms me. A constant in a world of inconsistencies. Did she really quit for me? The thought makes breathing difficult. Over these days, I found myself secretly wishing she wouldn't have to leave. And now she doesn't have to. The worries that plague me are being washed away with every beat of her heart. A song I could listen to forever. Anna, I hope this is okay. I find it a little funny she'd even worry. I feel there's been some sort of telepathic contract already signed between the both of us the moment we hug. So, of course, it's okay. She owes me a little bit, Tyler. A sniffle from her. The teary kind. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here too. You know, I'm sure Clara's fine. I'm sure you're scared. But if it helps, I can stick around for a little while. But, really, it's fine. I almost asked another question, but I let it go before it spoils the moment. Maybe things don't have to make sense all the time. Oh, it's already full charge? Neat. I can now just open the light again. All the time. And a little bit I will also charge another light because I have not charged. Things don't have to make sense all the time. Courier stuck around for the night. She seemed really happy to keep me company. We talked about our lives and upbringings. I enjoyed learning about her. She'd previously never been so willing to share anything about herself. I could tell she was really committed to the professionalism. But once that was all cleared out of the way, I no longer saw Courier as the alkaline representative, just as a girl. A girl who gave really nice hugs. You know who was mysteriously silent after telling that story? Found out that she had escaped through the window of my bedrooms, sometime during the night. Something told us that we wouldn't be seeing her again. I felt a little bad for her. For as unhinged as she was, it was hard to stay angry at her, now that I knew what she had been through. I hope that she finds what she's looking for. Life is back to its usual slow pace again. Courier is here to help me while you're gone. When you come back, let's all have tea together. I'll be waiting you warmly. That's it, I think. Yeah. So I guess it's left open for interpretation for this one. Man, so interesting. Or maybe not. Are we done? Not really. A mailbox, not really, we're done yet. A mailbox in the grass outside of Anna's home. A piece of paper is tugged along by the wind, almost but not quite making it out of the mailbox. The wind lets up a little. The paper returns to the bottom of the mailbox. Left to face the sun and the elements. Small girl and tall girl. Consider this a notice, or rather a warning. Rabbit Zero will end the world. No one knows her better than I do. Rabbit Zero is going to kill us all, and we won't ever know why we're dying. When we're vaporized, when we're melting into the concrete, why we're screaming for anything but our painful ends. Who really keeps us safe? Who really understands us? Is it our lovers? Our parents? Our friends? Our siblings? No. According to many, it's the smooth chrome barrel of a rifle. For the blood being shed every day on the battlefields of our very country, we can't help but sit and sob into our hands every night, wishing for any type of meaning. It's great to be patriotic. I live for my country, and unfortunately many seem to think that This also implies that I will die for it too. His patriotism is nothing but a manufactured ideal, one made to drive the profits of every bigwig who understood that forming steel into weapons is the greatest way to guarantee their spot in heaven. This exerting of power born at the dam of our industrial age eventually formed into a repugnant project to craft the next leader of the world, the perfect little girl, a universally understood symbol of good. And for the things they did to her, I was either that their heads are mounted above my fireplace. There are lots of scribbled words out there, here. Sure you understood what Rabbit's Ear has told you in your dreams. I saw the looks on your faces when I told you about them. I know you know. She's tried to exclaim from the top of her lungs to all living beings the torment she's endured and continues to endure. Now notice I said, continues. Rabbit's Ear is being held by the NP in a pool of water underground. And little do they know, this is only a stopgap. The freaking idiots over there think that there is something to be gained from her flesh and bone. Some kind of magical properties. I think you understand why they want to be magical. Just a sprinkle of her power for what? Control? Is that all they really want? Is that all that anyone ever wants? She's living every single day with all in her lungs and in every crevice of her body. Can you feel her? Can't you understand her? To live every single day as an abomination, and all you wanted was to be finally accepted. To finally be accepted. I can't tell you what I plan to do, but just know that this will certainly be the last time you ever hear from me. Yep, he knows how it would be. Whew. Well, there's a lot of going on. This is also pretty amazing. I can't really make a talk, of course. But I guess I'm gonna say it's one for last one. It's from a friend. A friend made this game alongside with their friend. You'll see it soon sometime. But also, that friend also has a game, so I will play alongside with another visual novel from them. This is gonna be spoiler. But overall, this is also pretty good. There's a lot to go on. Of course, I saw something like about three characters. I feel like nausea is just there. That's the only thing I could say. All we know is just like, she's a deserter of great effort. And that's about it. We saw her at the beginning, we saw her a little bit on the other, and then we saw it only at the last days. Though we do know there's a lore going a little bit with the war, and there's like the rabbit zero. I'm not sure if that's really just going to be like, there's like times like, despite that, it might be just a fabrication for her shit. Or shite, and then everything else. There's a lot of things going on. I like the characters. They're really, really cool. It's funny. I also like I'm not sure if if the game needs to be continued or anything, but I think that's just enough for it. And I think it's just left for interpretation of whatever happened. It's still like a mumbo jumbo, isn't it? A little bit. But yeah. There's like a lot. There's like a lot to dig deep as well as into this. Overall, it's a very fun visual novel. pretty so far. These visual levels are pretty amazing. And yeah. Whew. I can't explain that much. If I would want to dig deeper, I would need to replay. But sadly, that's a lot of it. There might be still like VNCup 2024 and so on. But yeah, there's a lot to like digest. But overall, from how I read, how it was written and things, I enjoyed every bit of it. There's a lot of like, going on and things. Especially the last, it was pretty lovely. Anyway, that's all for Hello Girl. Well, again, that's really a lot. From Emo Team, I guess, whoever, I'm not sure if there's already results anyway, but congrats, I guess, for all the hard work you, for everyone, including the next game, of course, for all the, I guess. Their hard work. And it was such a beautiful game. Beautiful visual novel. Anyway, that's all for now. I hope you enjoy for me in this read through with some little bit of humors. Well, of course, there's nothing else I will not joke about. I'm no jokes man anyway. I'm not really good at humor. My voice isn't that really freaking good. I just only doing this because I just wanted to, and maybe as a training as well. It ever be good, I can even like commentate on the like other games, even like Etrian Odyssey and things, because like you'll never expect it. Maybe someday we will commentate. But anyway, that's all for now. That's all for Hello Girl. I hope you enjoy watching this video, and thank you for watching. I hope I'll see you next time, and probably in my last VNCup that we'll be checking, and probably we're also gonna check some other games. I know there's like another O2A2 I've been interested, probably in the Apocalypse, but we'll see. If not, I'll just play already the games are previously downloaded, even from other older games or from other recent game jams. That's all for now. Thank you for watching, and see you later. Stay toasty.